afternoon from 4 p.m. on GB News.
Rishi Sunak drops his pledge to find patients who miss doctor's appointments.
Good morning. It's 6 o'clock on Saturday, the 29th of October. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
We are, of course, live across the whole of the UK. We're on your TV, your radio and online, so wherever you are and whatever you're up to, take us with you.
So here are the top stories for you this morning. Rishi Sunak, as we said, has scrapped his pledge to charge people for missing GP appointments. During the summer Conservative leadership contest, Mr Sunak pledged to introduce the £10 fine.
A source at the Manston military base in Kent claims violence, disease and attempts at self-harm are a daily occurrence there. Our Home and Security editor Mark White has an exclusive report.
And do you ever feel that your pet judges you? Research says that they do. Stay with us to find out more.
I'm not sure that I believe that.
Oh, my dog judges me all the time. She has a particular look.
Yeah.
And she fixes you with a stare, and you only can barely think what she's thinking, but it's very judgmental, or at least it looks that way. If you've got a judgmental dog or cat, send us a picture.
Yeah, you know how to do it. gbviews@gbnews.uk. Well, we'll start with the news that the Prime Minister has scrapped his leadership campaign pledge to find patients who missed their NHS appointments.
The announcement was made while Mr Sunak was visiting a hospital in Croydon, where he was also challenged on nurses' pay.
It all comes as the PM faces pressure following the decision to reinstate Suella Braverman as Home Secretary, despite an alleged national security breach.
Well, joining us now is the Conservative councillor for Epping and Thaydon in Essex, Holly Whitbread. And a very good morning to you, Holly. Hi. Why do you think Rishi Sunak has dropped this fine?
It's a difficult one because actually, on the surface, many people agree with this £10 fine proposition. I know it's something that's certainly a great frustration when people do miss those appointments. However, I think the reason he's probably dropped it is the administration it would take, the extra pressure it would put on the NHS at an already very difficult time. And I think that's probably the reason he's chosen to drop it at this stage. I think also it's important to consider that he is focusing on those manifesto pledges from 2019 as his real mandate. So since it wasn't included in that manifesto, maybe that's the reason, and it will be part of a future manifesto when he stands in the next election.
So, I mean, I guess part of the concern is at a time when we know money is extremely tight, it could have generated or at least saved the NHS a lot of money.
I think it's a really interesting policy. It's always something actually that I've supported for a considerable amount of time. But I think there are arguments about the time it does take and the administration for GPs, which also costs money. So I think it's a difficult balancing act. So I think what Rishi and the government would want to put in place is to make sure that when it is implemented, all the kind of wheels are in motion and it can be put in place in a cost-effective way.
Yeah, it's interesting you talk about the balancing act. I mean, I think even people who don't support Rishi Sunak particularly must at least feel some sympathy for him, because he's got the in-tray from hell, hasn't he? And I suppose he's got to figure out what the priorities are with very little money coming in.
He's got a really difficult, a very big in-tray and a really difficult balancing act. I mean, energy continues to be a huge challenge, although the cap and the implementation, the things put in place there are really going to help. Defence remains a huge challenge. Then we've also got pressures around keeping the triple lock and also investing in all important priorities such as education as well.
As you say, it's not a job any of us would want. How do you think he handled, because when he was at this hospital in Croydon yesterday, he was also confronted by an elderly patient who gave him quite a considerable ticking off over nurses' pay. How do you think he handled himself?
I saw that clip and I thought he handled himself quite well. I mean, it's very difficult. I mean, in terms of nurses' pay, and I come from a family of nurses, actually, but it's one of the real difficult decisions that are going to have to be looked at. And actually, the Conservative government under Rishi have reintroduced the bursary, which I think helps many people. We've seen many more nurses training and getting into position, which is really vital when the NHS is under such pressure. But it's one of the many difficult decisions which needs to be looked at. And I think Rishi always comes across very well, and I think he handled himself excellently.
Yeah, it's a very difficult one when you're hijacked, as it were, by a patient, somebody like that, who's got she had a very feisty way of putting it. And, of course, nurses, possibly nearly everybody agrees, it would be nice to be able to pay nurses more. But he's already hinted, hasn't he, that he's expecting cuts from virtually every government department, and that will include the NHS and defence.
Yeah, I think in terms of defence, obviously, we haven't seen the actual any announcements yet. But I think what was suggested is that there will still be an increase in the long term, but potentially looking at ways of kind of staggering that. But what I welcome in terms of Rishi's approach is he's looking across the board, and he will be really focusing on those kind of key priorities for the countries at the moment. But the real challenge is balancing the books and making sure we have the money in our economy to invest in public services.
I mean, he's got to cut the fat from areas that are going to impact the public less and less, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, as you said, I don't think anyone would envy his job at the moment, but I think it's looking at those kind of key areas. What are the real true priorities at the moment? I think defence really is a key one, with the ever increasing pressures from Russia and our need to support Ukraine actually for long-term stability. But also, I mean, we all see the NHS as a huge priority, and it's something that we continue to invest more and more money in every year.
Can I ask about Suella Braverman, the Home Secretary? Has her reappointment and the row that it's caused, because she resigned only 6 days later after sending this email from a personal account, a security-linked email, is this a storm in a teacup, or is it an indication of a bigger problem to come?
Well, I think it's a shame that this has been the focus, because actually I was really pleased when I saw Rishi's cabinet. I thought it was a real mixture from across the party, the broad church, so to say. You had great people like James Cleverly and Ben Wallace back around the top table, which I really welcome. I mean, I can see where the controversy has come from, but Suella did put her hand up and she said, look, I made a mistake. And she is someone who really understands the challenges that we face and the big kind of challenges that the Home Office have to address, from making sure we reach that 20,000 police officers. I think we're about 75% of the way there, focusing on the real challenges around illegal immigration as well. So I think she probably is the right lady for the job and can ride this out. But obviously it was probably a distraction when there was some really great appointments there.
Yeah, OK. Well, we just have to wait and see. Holly, really good to talk to you, as always. Thank you.
And on to today's headlines. Let's bring you up to date with what's going on. In the US, the House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband has undergone a successful surgery to repair a fracture to his skull and serious injuries to his right arm and hands after an attacker broke into their California home. San Francisco police say Paul Pelosi was violently assaulted with a hammer. The suspect in the attack has been identified as a 42-year-old man.
The Foreign Secretary will attend a United Nations Counter-Terrorism Committee in New Delhi today. James Cleverly is expected to say that countries must work together to fight online terror and cut terrorist resources to prevent deadly attacks.
And Russia has declared the end of Ukraine mobilization campaign, its first since World War II. The defense minister told President Vladimir Putin at a televised meeting in the Kremlin the target of calling up 300,000 people has been completed. Meanwhile, the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says he doubts Moscow is done with calling up soldiers.
The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame has paid tribute to Jerry Lee Lewis after losing its last inaugural inductee. The American singer was part of the Hall of Fame's first class in 1986 and was inducted alongside performers like Presley or Chuck Berry. He died at the age of 87. Tributes being paid by people like Sir Elton John, Sir Ringo Starr and Ronnie Wood. I don't know what to think of Jerry Lee Lewis getting in. I mean, such a controversial figure.
Yes, but his music is there, isn't it? And it's influenced so many. And, I mean, he's just a mega name in the world of music.
Yeah.
87. Gosh.
But he married his 13-year-old cousin,
yes, he
didn't it, when he was 22.
Yeah.
He died with his 7th wife by his side. He shot one of his bandmates.
Was that right? His seventh wife? Goodness.
He shot a bandmate in the chest.
Yeah.
But they never pressed charges. I mean, so is this crashed a Rolls-Royce, totaled a Rolls-Royce? I mean...
Yeah, but in those days you did, didn't you? You threw pianos in swimming pools and things like that, didn't you? Those old rockers.
Yeah, I suppose he did.
Yeah. But
it's a different world.
But the music is still there, and his music was incredibly influential to the next generation of young musicians, I suppose. So he's in the Hall of Fame.
Oh, well.
Yeah. What do you think? We also want to talk a bit later on about your pet cat or dog. So get going, take a picture, if you've got a very judgmental one, because there's a report out saying that we are judged. We're not just loved by our pet cats and dogs, we are judged by them. They're watching our behaviour all the time, and when they give you that certain look, they really are making a judgment on you. And I know that's true of my dog.
Yeah,
Is it true of Timmy?
No, Timmy's
Maybe
just...
cats don't care so much.
Timmy is just an extremely affectionate boy.
Oh.
So, I mean...
But my sister's got a cat and he stares.
Does he?
Oh, yes. You don't really know what he's thinking, but it can't be good.
Oh,
no.
Oh, no.
It's that look. So if your cat or dog has got a look about them... Like
Timmy only stares
if he
wants food or a cuddle, and it's normally a cuddle.
Yes, that's true.
Very sweet boy.
But if you say to my Ellie, if you say, you've had a cuddle, you've had your food, you've had your walk, that's it for the moment. Just, let me be, let me watch the telly. She doesn't like me watching the television at all. And she doesn't like... Well, I don't think Timmy likes you on your computer.
Oh, no, well, he always has to walk
the
over
minute
the keyboard.
you're on your laptop, he walks all over it.
Yeah, that's cats, though, for you. It's curiosity, I think. There you go.
It's jealousy,
anyway,
I think.
Send the pictures through gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Love to hear from you. It's 12 minutes past 6. A whistleblower at a troubled asylum processing centre in Kent has told GB News that the government is not even acknowledging the true extent of the crisis there.
Now, the source at the Manston military base claims violence, disease and attempts at self-harm are a daily occurrence.
The processing centre is only supposed to hold asylum seekers for no more than 24 hours before they're then transferred to longer-term accommodation. But many have been there weeks in what are frankly unsuitable living conditions.
Well, our Home and Security editor, Mark White, has this exclusive report.
The situation inside this asylum processing centre is deteriorating rapidly, according to one man who works here. We're protecting his identity, but this whistleblower told us officials are not acknowledging the true extent of the crisis here.
Incidents are being brushed under the carpet and not taken seriously. Weapons that have been found include knuckle dusters, knives, makeshift weapons that could slash or stab people.
He also said some of those employed to guard the base were later revealed to have no right to work in the UK. The Home Office told us they're not aware of anyone employed at the base who didn't have a right to work there. The processing centre is only supposed to hold asylum seekers for no more than 24 hours before they're then farmed out to hotels and other longer-term, more suitable accommodation. But the numbers arriving by small boat far outstrip the base's processing capabilities.
Senior management don't have plans to move them out. Their solution is to bail them onto the site. They've breached detention laws and human rights. When someone is detained, they should be reviewed every 24 hours. This has not been done at all.
He told us some people have been there for over a month, adding to the mounting tensions and worsening conditions at the base.
Diphtheria has been confirmed, as has strep throat, sandflies and fleas throughout the tents. Migrants pelted staff with water bottles, injuring one member of staff. Migrants have self-harmed and one attempted to hang himself. Most staff aren't trained to deal or cope with this.
We need to process applications here when people do arrive in this country much more quickly. Wherever you look with this government, it's a story of failure and lack of leadership.
The whistleblower said staff at Manston have also now been told to classify those at the base as arriving passengers and not illegal entrants. He fears it will only be a matter of time before there is serious disorder here.
Critical incidents have been declared. There are regular escape attempts, sit-down protests, threats of a dirty protest, fighting amongst migrants and assaults on staff.
A Home Office spokesperson said the record numbers arriving by small boat continue to put the asylum system under incredible pressure, but Manston remains resourced and equipped to process migrants. Alternative accommodation will be provided as soon as possible. Mark White, GB News.
Now, Heathrow's airport passenger cap, which was introduced back in July because of staff shortages, is going to be lifted on Halloween.
Yeah, the UK's largest airport is expected to carry between 60 and 62 million passengers this year. But a further 25,000 new staff are needed to get the capacity back to pre-pandemic levels.
Well, there's some fear that Christmas might put too much strain on the system. So let's talk to travel editor at The Sun, Lisa Mino. Good morning to you. What are we expecting, Lisa, then, with this travel cap? Are they going to have to sort of slowly ramp the figures back up?
Well, I mean, we are still 25% down on pre-pandemic times, which, you know, is not great. But we are the airport, or the UK, carried the most number of passengers in Europe this year. So, I mean, we've done something right in that sense, but obviously there's still a long way to go.
Yeah, I mean, we heard there that they're obviously going to lift the cap. That means more passengers, but they still haven't recruited enough staff to cope. So it is going to be chaos, isn't it?
Well, I mean, I think what we've just had is half term, which was, you know, a real pinch point earlier on in the year in sort of early summer. And that did, you know, demonstrate just how, you know, we did have huge problems with the number of people employed. 25,000 are still needed. That is a large number. But I think really, you know, if you've seen the fact that half term has gone without a hitch, really, in terms of Heathrow, we haven't seen the scenes that we saw earlier in the summer in terms of, you know, number of passengers having to wait for security or losing their baggage, which is really a big issue earlier on in the summer. And we haven't seen that. So I'm hoping that, you know, 25,000 does sound a huge number that still have to be recruited. But hopefully things are getting better. It is a concern that obviously the next big pinch point after half term, which we've just finished, will be Christmas and New Year. And they are saying that they don't yet have enough numbers for that. But hopefully, you know, we've seen half term go off without a hitch. Hopefully things will start to get better and Christmas won't be the issue that it's going to, you know, that they're warning it might well be.
Are they going to have the money to recruit more staff? Because they're running at a loss at the moment, aren't they?
Well, Heathrow, yes, definitely are running at a loss. But I think if you look at the IAG figures, you know, one of the biggest airline groups in the world, British Airways, Vueling, are in that. You know, they're posting huge profits at the moment. So I think the money is there. It's about recruitment. It's about the fact it takes quite a long time to recruit staff. You know, you have to have somebody who has to be security cleared to go through that. That's going to be the issue going forward. And all we can hope is that we've got a couple of months left. It's going to be targeted. They're not looking to recruit people in the long term to stay there all the time, but they want people there at those pinch points. Christmas and New Year is going to be one of those where lots of people want to travel, so they need to get people into the airports, security cleared, so that they can actually process the number of passengers that are going to want to travel over those, really quite, sort of big times.
I mean, we're talking particularly about Heathrow, but are other airports affected as badly? Some are outstandingly good, aren't they, and have managed very well?
There is, yes. I mean, what's quite incredible is that there was a report from Which that came out this week that said that, Doncaster Airport, Doncaster Sheffield Airport, is the airport that is the most loved by passengers this year. Unfortunately, that airport is facing closure because of the number of flights that have been reduced from that airport. Generally, if you're wanting to travel this, in those peak periods at the moment, I would say choose a smaller airport. They seem to do far better at actually processing passengers, flights on time. They don't have as much of an issue. So the smaller airports definitely are the ones to go for if you're looking to travel over Christmas and New Year.
OK. Lisa, good to talk to you. Thanks very much indeed. It's funny. I always find it funny when people sort of travel over, jump on a plane at Christmas time.
Although it's a very good day. Christmas Day is a very good day to fly.
Is it
really? You have the plane to yourself almost.
I suppose you would, wouldn't you? I can't. It must be a bit miserable, though.
I've flown on Christmas Eve, not Christmas Day, and Christmas Eve is busy.
Right.
Because everybody wants to get there in a flurry. But no, apparently Christmas Day is great. I had a friend who flew on Christmas Day coming back from Australia, and he had the plane almost to themselves, and they waited on hand and foot and had it also. I mean, just had anything they wanted. It was like a holiday in itself.
But you've got to be sorry. You feel sorry for the people who are having to work it.
Yes.
Haven't you? It's why I've always said I will never go out. I know a lot of people like to go out for Christmas dinner on the day. I've always said I would never do it, which drives my folks mad. Because I just think I'd feel so guilty about the people with them working and serving on and all that, who'd much rather be at home with their own families.
Yeah.
So I just can't bring myself to do it.
I don't know. There are a lot of people who work on Christmas Day, though, aren't there?
Well, yeah.
We have worked on Christmas Day. Don't mind it. Don't mind the working at all. Just mind the feeling tired on Christmas Day, so you can't give your family the attention they need. I think that's the worst thing. But I don't know if anyone watching at the moment knows they're going to be working Christmas Day. Do you? What do you do?
Time, isn't it, when you're all sorting out the Christmas rotas at the minute?
I thought you were going to say Christmas roast.
Roast? Oh no, a bit early for that yet.
Well, it's not early for it. It's Halloween tomorrow, and then there's nothing for us Brits between Halloween and Christmas.
Well, if you're ordering stuff in from one of these shops, you need to get it ordered in, don't you, for food?
Yeah.
So there you go. Right, we're going to take a short break, but much more to come, including, is this the end of nighttime pubs and clubs as we know it? More businesses may be forced to fold. We'll bring you more details in a minute.
Good morning, I'm Stephen Keats with your latest Met Office forecast. And through today we're going to see an area of rain pushing its way north across parts of the UK. Either side of it there will be some brighter skies, and whether it's cloudy and damp or sunny, it will be feeling pretty warm for the time of year. And that's because we've got the winds coming up from the south around this area of low pressure out in the Atlantic, but they'll also be dragging up a series of frontal systems which will be bringing those areas of cloud and rain. So first thing this morning, it's going to be pretty damp across parts of Wales, northern England. This rain slowly shuffling its way a bit further north into southern Scotland, eventually into central Scotland later in the day. Meanwhile, further south, for the eastern side of England, it will be brightening up into Saturday afternoon. Just the odd shower, but some warm sunshine coming through, but a hangback of cloud hanging on across parts of Wales and southwest England with a few further showers. In that sunshine, though, temperatures above 20 Celsius, peaking perhaps 22 or 23 in the London area, really quite exceptional for the time of year. Now, the rain through this evening will be pushing its way further north across parts of Scotland. So after a dry day, it will be turning damp here through the later evening into the overnight period. Elsewhere, though, there'll be clearance in the cloud. There'll be some clear spells to take us through into Sunday morning. But for the far southeast, the cold front just pepping up a little bit. Some flashes of rain returning back here and one or two showers coming into the west. But again, wherever you are, it will be another very mild night to take us into Sunday morning. So for Sunday, the far southeast and East Anglia prone to seeing further areas of cloud and some bits and pieces of rain. Some uncertainties of how far west this rain extends. Elsewhere, though, across the UK, it will be, broadly speaking, a picture of sunshine and showers. Some of these showers quite heavy, potentially with the risk of some hail and thunder from northern and western areas, and quite breezy and blustery in the west as well. Elsewhere, though, some sunshine coming through. Not quite as warm as it was as it will be on Saturday, but still temperatures very respectable for the time of year. Bit of uncertainty then as we move from Sunday into Monday. The devil in the detail for the Halloween forecast, it has to be said. Staying quite unsettled into next week, and temperatures slowly coming back down closer to the seasonal norm. Take care.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
And the national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here.
You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and TuneIn apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
.26 morning tea. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. Very bright and early on a Saturday morning.
Yeah. We're talking a bit later on to an expert about this, but researchers in Japan have found that although you think your cat or dog loves you, which I'm sure they do, they are also judging you. They're judging your behaviour, and that's why they stare so much. Apparently, it's particularly in female dogs.
Dogs, you see. Dogs, not cats. Dogs.
No, I think cats do it as well. Timmy doesn't because he's gorgeous and we know that, but I think other cats, because I know one or two, that really look at you as though they're making a judgment about you. They've got their own thoughts.
Is it a bad thing, though? Because we all judge each other.
Well, exactly. No, I mean, it's just interesting that dogs do it. They're very sensitive to human behaviour, and they evaluate us using both their direct experiences and from a third-party perspective, researchers write in the journal Behavioural Processes.
Wow.
So people are studying this. So no, you've already been sending in some lovely pictures of your judgmental dogs. Now, this is Sharon's bulldog, Ruby. See, female dog, looking pretty judgmental, I would say.
Oh, grumpy.
Apparently, Ruby, she says, often gives me the look of disgust, and on this occasion she wasn't happy. I put her throw over her, hence that look she's giving. She's a sweetheart, but can be a drama queen, and that's why she has the name Ruby Roo. Yes, indeed.
Gorgeous. A gorgeous girl.
Shall I show you a picture of my dog? I don't know if you've got my doggy, but she comes in from the garden and gives me a look. So you ought to be in the garden or something, or the garden needs tidying, or she's got that judgmental look. Oh. She's yeah. Well, I'll show you Ellie in a minute, but apparently it's not just dogs that do it.
No, Bev in Middlesex says her grand cat, Minky, also
Minky.
definitely judges bad service, especially when her breakfast is late.
Yeah.
She just, I mean, what a beautiful sort of tabby she is.
She's a beautiful cat, isn't she?
Gorgeous. Well, she's just owning the car there, rubbing up against the car door.
Slinky Minky.
Oh.
Oh, no. Oh. She's got quite a cross look about her, though.
Ah, lovely.
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
We got the picture of my doggy, no? No, we'll use it a bit later. OK, but yeah, she's very judgmental.
Oh, yeah,
no, we found it. It's here. This is her look. She does that all the time. She's looking at you and she's saying...
She looks quizzical.
Yes, she's very quizzical. I think she's asking something, isn't she? She's asking me, why are you sitting there looking at the television when you should be taking me out for a walk? That's what she's saying.
Yeah. Well, I think it's a fair point.
So do continue, please, to send us your pictures of your judgmental cats or dogs. You know how to do it. It's gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Now, industry experts are calling on the government to save the UK's beer and pub industry, a sector that's been hard hit by inflation and some government U-turns.
Yes, they've had a tough time, haven't they? Up to 12 pubs a week are reportedly closing due to the ongoing energy and cost of living crisis, with residents across the country fearful of losing their own local pubs.
Well, a national petition is now calling on the Chancellor to reinstate the freeze on alcohol duty and introduce further alcohol duty reforms to try to support the struggling sector.
Yeah, will they have much of a chance of that at the moment? Joining us now is the CEO of the Nighttime Industries Association, Michael Kill. Very good morning to you. With the new Prime Minister saying what he's saying, do you think you have any chance of government support for your predicament at the moment?
Well, we're working very hard to make sure that he understands the impacts of the situation if there is no action. I mean, the current situation is that most of these businesses are trading about 15% down across the board. They've got about a 30% plus increase in cost. And with that alcohol duty, we will see another 5% loss in liquor margin, GP or gross profit. So it's a very, very difficult situation. It's almost an inflationary circle we're presented with. So we do need this intervention. And we are working very hard alongside other trade bodies to ensure that that's front and centre.
What are the next few months going to hold for the industry? Because, I mean, this is, traditionally one would imagine a really good quarter coming up.
Well, it's known as the golden quarter. It's the period where we sort of make money to see us through the slower periods in 2023 or the following year. The challenge that we have is as profits have been eroded so heavily because of cost inflation, there is a real concern that without intervention, once we get past the golden quarter into January and February, we're going to see quite a considerable collapse of many businesses because they're not going to be able to survive that period given the erosion of margins in sort of this key period. So it's very challenging for us, and it's a huge concern for many. And the 17th, when the budget is going to be announced, which is obviously 3 weeks away from the initial announcement, is quite anxious for many of these operators out there.
Yeah, I was going to say, I expect a lot of your members are absolutely dreading hearing what's in the next budget because Rishi Sunak is already warning, isn't he? Every time he opens his mouth, he warns that he's going to have to make tough decisions and that we almost feel as though we're going into austerity. What do you think? Do you think we're already in austerity?
I think we are. I mean, as I say, we're 15% down across the board. We're already seeing a change in behaviour of some of the customers in terms of frequency of visit, dwell time, spend, etc. So it's a really tough period. The worry that we have is obviously given the previous administration releasing a mini budget that literally collapsed the market is, whether Rishi's going to be brave enough to give us something back. And we really need that at the moment. We can be a massive part of the economic recovery of this country, but we need that financial headroom to survive.
Well, I mean, on that front, how important is the nighttime industry sector then? I mean, because it has been dying off for, a long time now. So the British Beer and Pub Association have been complaining about that for many, many years. So in terms of any sort of resurgence, how important is the sector?
Well, it's hugely important. If you remember the financial crash many years back, we were actually one of the key industries that started to bring back the economy very quickly. So, we were relied upon then, and I think we could be relied upon now. I think the traction of bringing footfall into areas, the secondary and tertiary purchase, the physical, social and mental well-being of people and people living a balanced lifestyle, we're critically important for. But also over and above that, we're responsible for 300 million nightlife tourist visitors per year. We employ 1.94 million people, and our annual turnover pre-pandemic was 112 billion. So we're no short short measure in terms of our industry as a whole, and that also has contributions to HMT as well.
Do you worry that that the pandemic has changed our habits? I mean, clearly your members have got problems anyway because of the pandemic, because now of needing to recruit staff and not having enough money, cost of living crisis, etc., etc. But I just wonder if you also worry that we've changed our habits. We literally don't want to go out as much as we used to, and that's been caused by the pandemic.
I think what we've got is we've got several situations going on. We've got a double dip in terms of the pandemic being a crisis that's hit our industry and then coming straight out of one into a cost inflation crisis, which obviously has higher stakes, and it involves many of our consumers considering where they're going to put their money or their what they're going to spend their money on in terms of living. The other challenge that we have is, of course, we're going to see behavioural changes because people are going to have to make some very, very difficult decisions. But we are seeing disparity in terms of age groups, people who have greater responsibilities, potentially not coming out as often. But we are still seeing a considerable amount of youngsters coming out and still enjoying culture and still enjoying going out and socialising, etc. But we just need to get that consumer confidence back and start growing again. But without a doubt, we are seeing some of these behavioural changes, which are a challenge, but we know that we can get past that if we can get some headroom, both from a consumer perspective and a business perspective, at the next budget.
OK, Michael Kill, good to talk to you. Thanks very much indeed. I mean, it's an interesting one, isn't it? How much do we then have a responsibility to support?
Yeah. Well, certainly if you live in a village or a community like that, the pub or the restaurant, the local restaurant, is the beating heart of a village like that. And if you lose it, you never get them back somehow.
No.
When they're gone, they're gone. And it can change the whole sort of personality of the village.
And there's nothing like a pint in a local.
No, it's lovely, isn't it? Especially with a roaring log fire. And,
yeah, with a log fire. Did that the other day.
Yeah, me too. It's wonderful. Went into the oldest pub in Britain. Yeah, it's the Royal Standard. I think it's called the Royal Standard.
What, in Nottingham?
No, in Buckinghamshire.
All right.
Right. The Royal Standard, and it says it's the oldest pub in Britain. Very, very old. Looks very, very old. But inside they've done it all right. They do lovely food and huge roaring log fire.
See,
and it just makes you feel so cosy and welcome, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah, but maybe we do all need to do... Maybe Rishi should bring back his Eat Out to Help Out.
Oh, it cost us too much money.
It did cost a lot of money, didn't it? But it didn't. It worked, though, didn't it?
It worked.
It got people back out, maybe at the wrong time in the pandemic, but it got people out because they really responded to that. It was basically 2 eat for 1, wasn't it?
Basically.
Yeah.
It was like 20 quid off or something, didn't it?
He ain't going to do it this time.
No, I'm afraid that's the thing of the past. Look, we're going to take you through the papers in a couple of minutes, so don't go anywhere.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB News Day with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria Di Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christys. I'm not here to mess around. With all the biggest topics and guests, you will always be up to date. GB News Day and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
Join me, Nana Akua, on Friday, Saturday and Sunday afternoons on GB News. Expect fiery debate and passionate discussion as me and my panel tackle some of the biggest topics hitting the headlines. It's a place for everyone's opinion. No one gets cancelled, but no one gets an easy ride.
Oh, she's on it today!
Be ready for conversations that are fierce, frank, and of course, fun. Every Friday, Saturday and Sunday afternoon from 4 p.m. on GB News.
On
Mark Dolan tonight, we have a simple plan, which is to inform, stimulate and entertain in equal measure. It's all about getting your opinions on the national television airwaves. I love my viewer emails, mark@gbnews.uk. So do join me from 9 p.m. to midnight every Friday, Saturday and Sunday for big guests, big opinions and a big presenter. 6'5", don't you know? See you then on GB News.
.39, morning to you. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
Shall we have a look at today's front pages? In the newspapers then, The Guardian leads with the president of COP26 Climate Summit, Alex Sharma, his call to tax excessive oil profits.
The Mail's headline focuses on a Navy inquiry into claims of bullying and harassment in the submarine service.
The Times' lead story is Rishi Sunak's decision to stop King Charles from attending the COP27 climate conference.
The Independent's headline focuses on urgent calls for ministers to launch an inquiry into the care of mental health patients.
And The Telegraph says universities have developed a bias against pupils from state schools.
Oh.
I thought it was the other way around.
Oh. No, anyway, we'll have a look. The Mirror leads with Rishi Sunak's encounter with a hospital patient who says the government doesn't pay nurses enough.
And The Sun leads with Tyson Fury's revelation about the near death of his baby daughter and how it's inspired him.
Well, let's go through those papers now with broadcaster Pete Price and author and broadcaster Nikki Hodgson. Good morning, you two.
Morning.
Good morning.
Pete, let's start with COP27 in the Times. Should we? The King still not going?
Yeah, let's start with saying congratulations to GB News. Your figures are phenomenal.
Oh, the radio figures.
The
figures are brilliant,
ratings are
yes.
tremendous. Congratulations. I'm so glad to be a tiny part of a huge team that's doing so well.
It's doing great. And if you're watching us on the telly at the moment, but you have to set off a bit later to go somewhere, you can take us with you on the radio.
Absolutely. I think it's brilliant. I'm so proud of you all. You all work so hard. I've been in the industry forever.
You have. Yes. 2 years.
I love this story on the front page of the Times. Sunak says he's holding Liz Truss's decision to stop King Charles attending COP27 climate conference. He said to them, apparently the monarch is chomping at the bit. First of all, I can't see him saying don't go to him.
No.
That I can't see at all. Charles is known, our king is known for his passion to save the planet. But I also think that our new Prime Minister, who wants to spend the weekend working on the statement, and I think it's important that he stays at home. I really do. We've done so much already to help with climate change. We need to get America and China to do their bit because they're the biggest problems. But he has got a job and a half. He's got every major problem in the world, like other leaders, to deal with. And I think he should be at home trying to sort our own country out right now. So I think they're going to have a go at him. And now the press are starting to have a go all the time. And he's only just started. Let the king go, but just say to Charles, don't commit to any money. Leave it, sir. Don't, you know.
Yeah, what do you reckon, Nikki?
Yeah, well, I'm a bit disappointed that the Prime Minister isn't going, but I do understand why he's decided not to. But because of that, he should send the King as his envoy, and it'd be good for royal and it'd be good for relations between the royals.
That's what I think. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, exactly. And the state.
The COPs never achieve anything, do they?
But it's not about that, is it? It's not about the achievement of. I don't think it's about that. I think it's about the being seen to pledge your efforts.
But we are sending. You know, we'll have people there.
I know, but if you're a leader there or somebody representing the leadership, it doesn't look good.
No, it's more important to get this country sorted now. We've got to get it sorted. We're in a mess.
It's part of sorting this country out, isn't it, Pete?
Say again?
Sorting climate change.
Well, let's start with the human beings first that live in this country now that are struggling. All the people in the NHS, all the people, all the pensioners, all the people worried about the electric bill. Let's get it sorted now, like other countries are doing.
Well, everybody's struggling, aren't they?
Everyone in the world is struggling. Having said that, Having said that, I went out in town the other day and nobody's struggling. Oh, everyone's spending a fortune. I went for a walk the other day. Every light was on in every house. Switch your lights off, you stupid people.
Well, there's a lot of stuff to. I mean, I have to say, I'm very tight with the lights now.
So am I. I'm tight with the lights.
Me too.
Yeah. I was brought up like that. I go into a room, I switch the light on, I switch it off when I leave. End of story. I went past a house the other day. I've never seen anything like it. Oh, it's like Christmas Day, lit up. It's ridiculous.
Well, we have an expression in my house. It's like Blackpool illuminations in here. So you have to turn them off.
Yes, you do. Nikki, let's have a look at the Royal Navy and the submarine scandal in the Mail.
Gosh, this really is shocking, actually. So a number of whistleblowers have come to the Mail to tell them about the amount of misogyny that they have experienced, female colleagues. And this includes a hypothetical list of who would be raped first. It's really serious stuff. And then a tale of one woman who was punched in the stomach by male colleagues.
Right.
I mean, we're talking really high-level stuff. We're not talking about, oh, nice skirt, look, I'm not letting you wear a skirt. But, you know, we're not talking about that kind of banter which could be interpreted either way. We're talking about actual harassment. So it's actually a lady called Sophie Brooke, who was a former lieutenant, who's one of the kind of chief whistleblowers in that, and has just said, I just don't want other women to have to go through it. It's not a place. She said that she loved being in the Navy. She said that she loved doing the maths, driving a submarine. It was amazing. But just unfortunate the all-boys club makes it such a hostile and misogynistic place.
Do women actually serve in the submarines? In a mixed crew?
They do
in
now,
yeah.
And you know that they do things like they're called hot bedding, where they sleep in sleep in the beds and things. Like, apparently that's all mixed. So,
I mean, I don't know if you've ever been in a submarine. Have you? You have?
Yes, I have. Yeah.
And they're so claustrophobic.
Oh, I couldn't do it.
But the idea of there being any form of sexual harassment in a mixed crew in a submarine is almost worse than you could think of anywhere else, because you can't get away from it, can
Such
you?
a closeted environment. And then, I mean, there are other stories of apparently senior officers were said to have a black ops hard drive, which was code for their porn collections, and they would get junior officers to upload their porn to that. I mean, it's really scandalous, this report. And I don't know how they're going to get away with not doing a very, very serious investigation.
Well, you can't get away. There's nothing that happens on a submarine that everyone doesn't know about.
No,
Well, I was going to say, that's bad leadership then, isn't it?
It's bad everything, really.
Yeah, but it's scandalous about that, as you say in the story, but also the bullying that goes on with men, between men.
Yeah.
You know, it's just as bad. It's just as bad.
It's a bit of a brutal environment, I think.
Yeah.
You know, if you've ever been on a sub, it's just horrific. It's horrific. It's so tiny.
Yeah, I was terrified just even walking into it.
Yes.
I just lost it. I totally lost it.
I was in a sub, it never submerged. I mean, the very thought of actually being under, God knows how many metres of water as well.
For weeks or months at a time.
Yes, yeah. Doing a terribly important job. But my goodness, if there's anywhere where you need absolute tight control over people's behaviour, surely it's there.
Pete, we've got a breakthrough, according to the Express, in the migrant crisis.
What they're saying is it's an ambitious deal between France and Britain. What's scary is we have got to make it unviable for these crossings, whatever. And it's human beings now. It's getting ridiculous. This is 37,801 persons crossed from France last year. It's getting absolutely crazy. And they've got this double page in the Express, which is worth reading. 1,000 people should be in this camp. There's 2,600. They've got to process it. But having said that, there seems to be, it appears, a lot of these people who are crossing are not fleeing danger. They're just coming over because they've heard the benefit system is great.
A third of them are Albanian, apparently, which is a very high number. They're saying there are going to be more Albanians in Britain than in Albania very soon. And that's not a joke.
No, because it's got a population.
That's right, they've got a very small population. But apparently, I mean, there's nothing that they can't, if they're fleeing, if they're coming from Albania, they are not fleeing persecution.
No, but apparently, it's kind of a minor dictatorship, isn't it, in Albania? Like, it's a police state, there's a lot of surveillance, it's economically very difficult to live there. So I guess, it's obvious why you would want to leave, to me. So, is it is it more that we need to redefine how we see kind of danger? Because if danger is to your survival because of the economics, then surely that's a reason to be able to apply for asylum.
But we're being pushed under, aren't we? I mean, everyone says we haven't got enough housing, we haven't got enough resources in the NHS.
Haven't got enough schools.
But we also haven't got enough employees for things like...
No, but we're not employing these people.
No, I know we're not,
thing,
but we've got a deficit of there are certain jobs that desperately need staff. Isn't it obvious that people could be coming and working in those jobs?
But isn't that what our the actual migration system is for, where we control who's coming in so they can get jobs and, you know...
Well, it's what it's meant to be for, but remember things like, you know, putting the financial limit, saying that you needed to earn 30,000, I think it was, before you could come in. Well, loads of people don't earn that much and they're still doing really important jobs and worthwhile work. I just think the strictures that we've now put on migration are actually costing us, because we actually have loads of... You know, we have got loads of opportunities for people, and we're just not...
And we've got loads of people out of work that could work.
Yeah.
Well...
Yeah. But again, if you've got people out of work that don't want to work, that's one thing. But if you've got people that will happily come and do a job, well, why not help them?
But do they want to come and do a job, or do they just want the benefits?
Well, I don't think they do just want the benefits. I think they end up on the benefits because they haven't got the opportunities to work.
They can't get benefits because they don't have an immigration status, do they? They're being disappeared. I mean, a lot of these people, we're either paying to accommodate them, or they just sort of disappear into the
black economy.
Yeah,
exactly.
Or they paid. I think it's if you're an asylum seeker, something like £23 a week or something you get. It's like a terrible, terrible poor amount of money. It's not enough to live on. You know.
But it's millions and millions all adds up that we're paying. Nobody else is paying.
What is this deal that Rishi's apparently been...
We don't know. They're not actually saying that he's talking... Say again?
Yeah.
It's a secret deal.
Yeah.
All right, you two, we're going to leave it there for now, but we'll catch up with you both a little bit later on. Thank you. Now, after 46 years as being one of Britain's favourite cars, it's no longer going to be made. Ford Motors announced this week that by the end of June next year, they will have produced their last ever Fiesta, moving their focus to electric cars instead.
No more Ford Fiestas. You can barely believe it. In response to the news, very nostalgic Britons have been sharing their love of the Ford Fiesta. Our reporter Ellie Costello has the story.
Once upon a time, there was a car. It wasn't a big car, not a fancy car, but a car for the people.
It's the end of the road for one of Britain's favourite cars. The Ford Fiesta will cease production next year. But for many people in Britain, the car evokes special memories.
When I was 5, 6 and living with my mum, who was a single parent at the time, couldn't afford much. So the option was a Ford Fiesta. And at the time they were peanuts and, yeah, they were just economical, cheap to run, and it allowed her to do things that she wouldn't have been able to do if it wasn't for that car. So obviously learning to drive for the first time, buying my first ever new car was a Fiesta, meeting my girlfriend at the time, now fiancée, in a Fiesta with her Fiesta, and just, yeah, again, travelling around Europe in this as well.
And did you and your girlfriend, when you first met, did you bond over the fact you both had Fiestas?
Yes, it was actually at a car meet, and yeah, I actually I wouldn't have gone up if it wasn't for a friend at the time who also had a Fiesta. So yeah, I met her for the first time, and we locked eyes and pretty much started talking straight away, and yeah.
So really, your love story is down to the Ford Fiesta.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's been a mate through my life. It really has, and I can't name any other car that would do that.
Ford says this move is about cost saving and the transition to electric vehicles. Erin Baker is from Auto Trader.
It's come as a bit of a shock to some, but the reasons for others are clear. Ford, like every other manufacturer out there, is having to pivot quite quickly to electric because 2030 is on the horizon, which is the cut-off date for sales of new petrol and diesel cars. So that's one big reason, and you know, Ford, along with everyone else, has to look at the viability of its small models, its petrol and diesel models, look at the profitability, and if there is any future for them. And I think they've decided with Fiesta, probably rightly, that there just isn't a profit there in the future.
As a self-confessed petrol head, Chris doesn't think this is the right move.
I don't think electric is the way forward. I think it's hydrogen or synthetic fuel, which has been already proven to be a great alternative to petrol.
Despite being adored by so many, after almost half a century, it's time to say a fond farewell to the Ford Fiesta. Ellie Costello, GB News.
Why, I wonder, though? Why would they stop making it when it's such a
It's
successful
just not
car?
economical to do. It's a cheap car.
Yeah. But why not go on making cheap cars? I mean, they can...
You've got to ring in the changes, though, haven't you?
It does make you think of your first car, doesn't it?
I've
What
never
was your
had a
first car?
Fiesta.
No, I've never had a Fiesta.
First car I drove was we had as a family. We had it was like a metallic chocolate brown Escort.
Oh, an Escort there, Ford Escort.
But it was a very old. It was a very old car. It was a very old shape of Escort,
Yeah.
not the sort of square box.
Do they still make Escorts?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, you see, that was an incredibly popular car.
It's sort of Escorts turned into Mondeos and all that, didn't they?
Oh, not the same. Not the same at all.
Not the same. But the first car I actually owned was a Citroën BX.
What the heck's that?
It belonged to me great uncle. And
That's it. Most of your first car is very often belonged to your parents, and they grudgingly. My mum grudgingly gave me her Austin 1100, which I said thank you very much, and I think she loved it, which was a shame. I mean, it was a wonderful gift to have. It wasn't. I mean, it was a very old car. It was a very old car. I know. I was gifted it, and then I went out and sold it, and I exchanged it for an MG Midget, which burned more oil than petrol.
Yeah,
you could see me coming in a great cloud of black smoke. And my father was so annoyed with me because the Austin 1100 was a good car. He said, and you bought this bit of trash. And it actually was. It was a really bad old car, but I did love it. Oh, wow. I took pictures of me lying on the bonnet, as you do, if you're a girl with a sports car. Dreadful.
Those pictures will surface at some point, I promise you that. Talking of pictures, you've been sending your pictures in of judgmental dogs today. Here's a couple more. Michael says, have a look at the wee man's face when he sees you eating. Well, he just wants a bit.
No, that I think he's thinking there. That dog is thinking.
For our radio listeners, I don't know how to describe
He's a wire-haired terrier, is he? Is
that what he is?
I don't know. He's sort of black and grey. He does, and he's got a wolfish look about him.
Gorgeous boy.
Meanwhile, Yvonne says, my two Labradors also give a judgmental look. Oh, yes, when they're hungry. Where's the food?
A couple of black clouds.
They are, and they're teaming up on you, aren't they?
Beautiful. Margaret in Yorkshire says, this is my Luna. Is that a French bulldog?
Yes, I think that is a French bulldog.
Totally
And she
in charge.
is looking out the side of her eyes, isn't she? And
yes.
Yes, she is in charge.
It looks like a sort of sexy
She's saying
pose.
something with her eyes, isn't she?
I think she thinks she's a model. There you go. And Graham in Gloucester says, this is Patch. Oh.
Now, that is Patch. That is, again, for our radio listeners, that is a dog who's literally one side of his face is brown hair and the other side is white. And it's almost evenly down the middle of the nose, isn't it?
I don't know what sort of dog he is.
No, but that's a very unusual colouring, isn't it?
It's absolutely
And apparently,
gorgeous.
if I refuse to play, he will curl up in his bed and stare at me. A beady, sideways look of disgust. That's what I get to.
Oh, lovely.
A look of disgust.
What a beautiful boy. We're loving Patch.
We're going to be talking about judgmental cats and dogs a bit later on with an expert on the subject. So if you've got any more pictures of your judgmental, your dogs or cats with that look about them, try and take a picture of it for us, will you?
Yeah, GPViews at gbnews.uk. Here's the weather.
Good morning, I'm Stephen Keats with your latest Met Office forecast. And through today we're going to see an area of rain pushing its way north across parts of the UK. Either side of it there will be some brighter skies, and whether it's cloudy and damp or sunny it will be feeling pretty warm for the time of year. And that's because we've got the winds coming up from the south around this area of low pressure out in the Atlantic, but they'll also be dragging up a series of frontal systems which will be bringing those areas of cloud and rain. So first thing this morning, it's going to be pretty damp across parts of Wales, northern England. This rain slowly shuffling its way a bit further north into southern Scotland, eventually into central Scotland later in the day. Meanwhile, further south, for the eastern side of England, it will be brightening up into Saturday afternoon. Just the odd shower, but some warm sunshine coming through, but a hangback of cloud hanging on across parts of Wales and southwest England with a few further showers. In that sunshine, though, temperatures above 20 Celsius, peaking perhaps 22 or 23 in the London area, really quite exceptional for the time of year. Now, the rain through this evening will be pushing its way further north across parts of Scotland. So after a dry day, it will be turning damp here through the later evening into the overnight period. Elsewhere, though, there'll be clearance in the cloud. There'll be some clear spells to take us through into Sunday morning. But for the far southeast, the cold front just pepping up a little bit, some splashes of rain returning back here, and one or two showers coming into the west. But again, wherever you are, it will be another very mild night to take us into Sunday morning. So for Sunday, the far southeast and East Anglia prone to seeing further areas of cloud and some bits and pieces of rain. Some uncertainties of how far west this rain extends. Elsewhere, though, across the UK, it will be, broadly speaking, a picture of sunshine and showers. Some of these showers quite heavy, potentially with the risk of some hail and thunder from northern and western areas, and quite breezy and blustery in the west as well. Elsewhere, though, some sunshine coming through. Not quite as warm as it was as it will be on Saturday, but still temperatures very respectable for the time of year. Bit of uncertainty then as we move from Sunday into Monday. The devil in the detail for the Halloween forecast, it has to be said. Staying quite unsettled into next week, and temperatures slowly coming back down closer to the seasonal norm. Take care.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
To each and every one of you
for helping our great nation
find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
across England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland.
On TV,
on radio,
and online. We're proud to be the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
On the Mark Steyn Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flock at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Steyn Show.
Every Saturday at 2 o'clock, join me, Darren Grimes, for Real Britain. I'm not afraid to give you a platform and say it how it is.
Come on, make the case. Something like this is very, very important to people.
And we're always up for a laugh on this show.
God, honestly, you'd think there were no problems in the world.
Real Britain, every Saturday on GB News.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events, and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debate, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
Rishi Sunak drops the pledge to fine patients who miss doctors' appointments.
Good morning. 1 minute past 7 on Saturday, the 29th of October. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
And we're live across the whole of the UK on both your TV and your radio. Wherever you are, you can take us with you. So here are the top stories this morning.
Rishi Sunak has scrapped his pledge to charge people for missing GP appointments. During the summer, the Conservative leadership contest, in those announcements, Mr Sunak pledged to introduce a £10 fine.
A source at the Manston military base in Kent claims violence, disease and attempts at self-harm are a daily occurrence at the facility. Our Home and Security editor Mark White has an exclusive report.
And are you judged by your pet? Well, researchers in Japan say you probably are. Stay with us to find out more.
That was a very cuddly doggy, but apparently when they stare at you, they are making judgments.
Yeah, it's want food. I don't know. I'm very sceptical, but are you? Get in touch, let us know. gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Now, the Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, has scrapped his Tory leadership campaign pledge to fine patients who miss their scheduled NHS appointments.
Now, the announcement was made while Mr Sunak was visiting a hospital in Croydon, where he was also challenged on nurses' pay.
And of course, this all comes as he also faces pressure following his decision to reinstate Suella Braverman as Home Secretary, despite an alleged national security breach.
Well, let's talk to Conservative councillor and Mayor of Ware, Rishi Fernando, who's here in the studio. Good to see you. once again. What do you make of all of this? I mean, it was an interesting and in some respects, very sensible pledge that he made. Why drop it now?
I think it's one of those that I think, as you say, the policy was sensible. I can understand the need for it. It's about trying to make sure that the limited time that medical staff do have GPs is not wasted. So I understand that. However, I think the reality is, as is always the case, administration of things and the practicalities have to be looked at. And given that everything that's going on in the country at the moment and the pressures under the NHS, focusing attention onto that at the time was probably not the best decision, and therefore can be something that can be looked at later on once this backlog is tackled and, you know, once we've gotten to a more stable footing.
Yes, and that's quite a once, isn't it? Because he has got so many things to deal with at the moment. You wonder where on earth he's going to start. I don't. It's the in-tray from hell, it's been called, and it really is, isn't it? It's going to be tough on us as well as on him.
Oh yes, you know, it's an extremely tough position that he's come in on the back of this global crisis and everything that's going on in the UK as a result of that as well. And I think that it is right that he focuses on what is actually going to make an impact in the short term for the country to improve people's, you know, lives and tackle this cost of living crisis. Liz Truss, you know, our previous Prime Minister, I think she tried to do too much in one go. And I think he's very aware of that fact and has actually taken that step back and re-looked at it and said, I'm going to focus on the big tickets at the moment.
But the problem is, as you say, I mean, he needs to do something to help everyone struggling at the moment. The reality is, what he's actually going to have to do is going to make things worse for people at the moment, surely.
Well, I think it's a difficult one. The pandemic was, you know, people have got used to government spending a lot of money on schemes. But the government has no money. Government's money is taxpayers' money. It's your and I's money. And I think the reality is that we can't keep spending either, because that will also get us into longer-term issues. So I think you're right, there is a balance to be had there. Yeah, I'm quite frank, I'm grateful I'm not the one that has to deal with it, because I don't think there is a right solution, you know. But I do think that he's going to do his best to tackle it head-on. And I do think that taking those hard decisions now actually ultimately are going to benefit us, that, you know, you might have a few months of difficulty or turmoil, but ultimately, long-term, we will see the benefits of it.
Yeah, you say a few months, though. I mean, it's going to take longer than just a few months, isn't it? The problem is, and I just wonder, do you think he's got it, that if he says things are going to get tough, he's going to have to tell us why and how they are going to, in the end, make us feel better about it? Do you think he's explaining enough to us?
I think, look, again, it is still very early days. You know, the new cabinet was only formalised in the last few days as well. So he's got to meet with his new cabinet members. He's got to have those meetings with department officials and actually work out a strategy of what's going to have the impact in the short term and also long term. So I think, you know, we have to give him a little bit of time as well. I think it's right that he's not running into making big announcements without having consulted everyone involved. And I look forward to seeing what comes in the next few days and weeks.
Well, I'm going to say, the focus is going to be on the autumn statement,
yes,
isn't it, on November the 17th. Now, admittedly, he's given himself a bit more time to work with Jeremy Hunt on that and to work with other departments on the austerity measures, which we expect are going to come. But do you think with that we are going to see, as Anne was suggesting, we need this strategy, we need an end sequence to all of this? Is that going to be presented even by then?
I think the strategy and direction will be there. We may not have a full picture, but I do think we'll have a clear idea of where we are going. And I think that's the thing that the British public want, is they want an idea of a direction. You know, we are a very independent bunch and we will get on and, you know, manage our lives as best as we can, as long as we have that general steer. And I do think the autumn budget, you know, and I'm glad that the likes of Jeremy Hunt's been kept on, so there is continuity. You know, he got stuck in as Chancellor under the previous Prime Minister, and I'm sure him and Rishi are working extremely hard to come up with a package.
But it is very much about communication, getting the communication right, isn't it? That's something that Liz Truss didn't do. She wasn't very good at... Well, in fact, she was just blatant about it, wasn't she? She just said, I'm going to make tough decisions and, you know, you're going to have to like it. Yes. And, I mean, we saw it with Rishi yesterday when he was visiting that hospital in Croydon. He was got at by one of the women patients who simply said, these nurses are doing a wonderful job. You need to pay them more. To which he said, well, I'd like to. And she said, no, you not just you'd like to, you need to do something about it. And I just wonder if he's got the communication right, if he understands enough about that.
I think he does. I think the issue is that if you keep pushing wages up, all that really does is with inflation is that actually it leads to a whole wider problem. And I think it's right that actually you bring the cost of services and the cost of living down so people keep more of their money and can afford to spend the money that they have, because you have to get that balance right between pay rises but also, balancing what expenses are.
Rishi, good to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed. I'd love your thoughts on that, actually. I say that after every interview because it's true. Would a clearer message help you? Just to say, right, it's going to be, at least 12 months, for example, of hell in all of this, but then we are seeing a path out of this. Maybe that would help. It allows you to budget a bit more, to take some more responsibility.
And if they actually said things like, if I take the easy road now and give money away, it's going to be worse for your children. I just think the message needs spelling out. If they believe so much in the message that it's going to be a bit austere, then they need to tell us why and how and why it's good for us and when. They need to put a timetable on it as well, don't they? When things are going to feel better.
Yes, with a few caveats in there.
Well, you'd have to, yes.
But some sort of messaging like that would be helpful. Anyway, let us know what you think. gbviews@gbnews.uk.
It's 9 minutes past 7. Let's bring you up to date with the headlines. And railway staff in Scotland are staging a 24-hour walkout amid ongoing disputes over pay. The bosses are warning that passengers should expect widespread disruption across the country. ScotRail says the latest offer would have seen the lowest paid staff receive a basic pay increase of almost 7.5%.
Russia has declared the end of the Ukraine mobilisation campaign. The defence minister told President Putin that the target of calling up 300,000 people had been completed. The Ukrainian president says he doubts that Moscow is done with calling up soldiers.
And the Foreign Secretary will attend a United Nations Security Council counter-terrorism committee in New Delhi later today. James Cleverly is expected to say that countries must work together to fight online terror and cut terrorists' resources to prevent deadly attacks.
A Royal Navy warship has caught a boat carrying £24 million worth of cocaine in the Caribbean. More than 400 kilograms of drugs on the vessel, it's believed. 3 crew members were detained before they sank it.
Wrong.
Tell you what, good target practice.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, that was a real picture, wasn't it?
Smashing.
Again, for our radio viewers, that was just a picture of that ship absolutely almost exploding in flames.
Brilliant.
Yes, in that case,
brilliant.
yes.
Imagine the lads and lasses on that ship would have had a whirl of a time doing that. Excellent. Serves them right.
Yeah.
No sympathy.
Right, you've been getting in touch with your views. Stuart says, when people miss GP appointments, it is bad form. But I don't believe it entirely is the patient's fault. For far too long now, to get a face-to-face with a GP, and sometimes even a call, takes 3 and 4 weeks. When people call to make an appointment, they obviously are sick and feel the urgent need for primary treatment.
Yeah, Jonathan says, would it be better for the NHS if all those missed appointments turned up? The NHS should be saying, if you feel well enough not to take up an appointment, please stay at home.
Yes, but tell your GP that you're not coming, because then they can offer the appointment to somebody else.
Yeah, a lot of them are doing it on. You can do it online though, can't you? Actually, mine's very good. It's got an online system, and if you send them a message, a request or whatever, they do get back to you actually within minutes. Well, it doesn't mean you get to see a doctor within minutes, but you do get a response within minutes.
I would say the same as in mine. Yes, situation. But you have to fill in a heck of a long form to be able to do it.
Yeah,
you have to keep answering these questions.
We've got to prove it's you, I guess. Well, talking about working Christmas days, Sarah says, my daughter is a dog handler in the prison service and will be working Christmas Day this year. We'll miss her, but she loves her job. Wow. That's bad.
Dog handler in the prison service.
That's an interesting
a very interesting job.
It might be a depressing job at times, or an unusual job. I'm watching Orange is the New Black at the minute.
Are you indeed?
So I'm all into prisons.
Yeah.
I'm finding it fascinating. I mean, I know it's just a drama and all the rest of it, and a bit of a racy one at times. But nevertheless, I was anything to do with prisons piques my interest.
Really, does it?
Yeah.
John says the King should definitely not go to COP27. Climate change is too political. He should keep his nose out of it, or it'll be the end of the monarchy.
Oh, yeah, fair point.
Well, it's you.
And Patrick's in Birmingham, he says, it's a shame that pubs and restaurants are struggling. However, handouts from the government to prop them up can't be the answer.
Tony says, because we were talking about the nighttime economy, with the warning that a pint of beer is going to rise to £7 a pint. Is that right? That seems astonishing. It's going to stop people going to the pub anyway. Here in Bury St Edmunds, there are no buses running after 6 p.m, so the encouragement is no longer there to go out in the evening.
Yeah, well, I can understand that.
The buses really stop at 6 p.m.
Yeah, in some places. I mean,
it's
terrible. Crazy, and I mean, I don't drink, so I do buy the alcohol-free stuff, but you get it in a bottle, and so it's like, I don't know what it is, half a pint or just a bit more. So
you mean even in a pub you get it in a bottle?
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah, they never have it on tap, the alcohol-free stuff. At least not anywhere I've ever been, which is a shame because then you sort of know how much a pint costs.
Oh, here, Andrew knows about the cost of a pint. Oh. He says, why doesn't the government put a bigger tax on crates of beer that you can buy in the supermarket? A crate of beer is £10 or £11 in a supermarket, whereas in London it might cost you £8 for a pint, and in the Midlands it costs you £4 for a pint.
Right, there you go. I mean, it's a heck of a lot of money. I remember when I worked in a pub, all the hoo-ha when it got to £1 a pint.
£1 a pint.
There was, oh, good, the locals were not happy.
Is it really £7 a pint it's going to go?
It's ridiculous.
I mean, the idea of just popping down the pub for a pint becomes very expensive.
You need a mortgage to do it, which you can't get anywhere.
No, well, you can't.
Anyway, it's 14 minutes past 7. Let's tell you about a whistleblower at a troubled asylum processing centre in Kent who's told GB News the government's not acknowledging the true extent of the crisis there.
So that source at the Manston military base claims violence, disease and attempts at self-harm are a daily occurrence at the facility.
Well, the processing centre is only supposed to hold asylum seekers for a maximum of 24 hours before they're transferred to longer-term accommodation. But many have been there for weeks in what is apparently really unsuitable living conditions.
Well, our Home and Security editor, Mark White, has this exclusive report.
The situation inside this asylum processing centre is deteriorating rapidly, according to one man who works here. We're protecting his identity, but this whistleblower told us officials are not acknowledging the true extent of the crisis here.
Incidents are being brushed under the carpet and not taken seriously. Weapons that have been found include knuckle dusters, knives, makeshift weapons that could slash or stab people.
He also said some of those employed to guard the base were later revealed to have no right to work in the UK. The Home Office told us they're not aware of anyone employed at the base who didn't have a right to work there. The processing centre is only supposed to hold asylum seekers for no more than 24 hours before they're then farmed out to hotels and other longer-term, more suitable accommodation. But the numbers arriving by small boat far outstrip the base's processing capabilities.
Senior management don't have plans to move them out. Their solution is to bail them onto the site. They've breached detention laws and human rights. When someone is detained, they should be reviewed every 24 hours. This has not been done at all.
He told us some people have been there for over a month, adding to the mounting tensions and worsening conditions at the base.
Diphtheria has been confirmed, as has strep throat, sandflies and fleas throughout the tents. Migrants pelted staff with water bottles, injuring one member of staff. Migrants have self-harmed and one attempted to hang himself. Most staff aren't trained to deal or cope with this.
We need to process applications here when people do arrive in this country much more quickly. Wherever you look with this government, it's a story of failure and lack of leadership.
The whistleblower said staff at Manston have also now been told to classify those at the base as arriving passengers and not illegal entrants. He fears it will only be a matter of time before there is serious disorder here.
Critical incidents have been declared. There are regular escape attempts, sit-down protests, threats of a dirty protest, fighting amongst migrants and assaults on staff.
A Home Office spokesperson said the record numbers arriving by small boat continued to put the asylum system under incredible pressure, but Manston remains resourced and equipped to process migrants. Alternative accommodation will be provided as soon as possible. Mark White, GB News.
Well, let's get more analysis from the former Chief Immigration Officer for UK Border Force at Calais, Kevin Saunders. Kevin, good morning to you. I mean, what do you make of these allegations being made by this whistleblower?
Good morning. It's not very good, is it? It doesn't surprise me. As Mark said in the piece, Manston was only set up to be a basic take your bio data details and move you on as quickly as possible. And of course, it was going to be a hub for Rwanda as well. And that's all gone on hold. So it doesn't surprise me at all what he's saying.
An awful lot of these people are apparently from Albania, almost a third of the total number of people coming here. And I gather we have some sort of a deal with Albania where they can be deported immediately. So why aren't we doing that?
Yes, you're quite right, Anne. We're finding that 80% of people coming across the Channel are from Albania. And we do have legislation, of course, that we can remove them straight away. And we have been in talks with the Albanian government, who have been helpful to actually remove them. However, and here's the problem, the people that advise these refugees are saying, just say to the UK authorities that you've been trafficked, because once you've said that, they can't remove you. So that is the big problem. It's absolute nonsense, because nobody's going to pay upwards of £5,000 to be trafficked. But it's one of these loopholes in the legislation that the lefty lawyers are jumping on to stop us removing the people straight away.
I mean, it seems an odd situation, doesn't it? I mean, people need legal representation. It is important in our society. However, you seem to be saying half the problem we've got with migration is just these lawyers wanting to, make their buck and give advice which is good for the client, detrimental for us.
Well, you've hit the nails right on the head there, Stephen. That's exactly what it is. There was a judicial review a couple of weeks ago, and during the judicial review, one of the judges asked one of the defending lawyers, one of the lawyers, why it takes months to actually find out why somebody's come across the Channel and not stayed in France, when it's a simple question: why have you come here? And the lawyer said, "Oh well, the refugee needs lots and lots of legal advice," and the judge wouldn't have it. He said it's a simple question; it could be answered in 5 minutes.
Yeah, so basically, we've been talking about it for a long time, and clearly the politicians, whichever Home Secretary we've had, they've been talking about it for a long, long time, and it still seems that whatever idea they come up with fails, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. It is. I served under Labour, Conservative, and Coalition Home Secretaries, and nobody has got the right answer yet. I have an idea for this, and I'll float it first on your channel. I would actually stick a cruise liner in the middle of the Channel, in international waters, in the middle of the Channel, and I would take all refugees arriving and put them on that cruise liner. I mean, they can hold up to about 5,000 people. And I would process very, very quickly the Albanians from the rest. The rest we can land back in the UK. We can keep the Albanians on the liner, and then when it's full up, off we go to Albania, because they haven't touched UK land, so they can't claim asylum.
Oh, well, it's an interesting point. Can I just ask you quickly, what do you make of... I mean, it's in some of the papers this morning that Rishi Sunak has sort of, come to some remarkable deal with Paris over what to do about the channel, though they've given us no details. Do you hold out any hope?
History is against us here, isn't it, really? We've been trying to do deals with the French since 1815, not very successfully. So I know that when we were negotiating with the French previously, that the French wanted something from us. They were very unhappy about the Australian submarine fiasco. They weren't happy about fishing rights. And, of course, the Northern Ireland Protocol was getting in the way. So they wanted movement from us. Now they seem to have got movement, and they seem to be a lot happier because we've negotiated the fact that the French will build our nuclear generators. That's a huge contract, so they are much, much happier now. So possibly the Prime Minister will get something from them, but it won't be much. The only answer, really, to get the French involved is to get the French Gendarmerie Maritime onto the channel to actually assist us in stopping the boats and taking them back to France.
It's going to be a very difficult one. Let's hope there is progress. For the moment, Kevin, thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you.
Anytime. He's got
interesting idea about the cruise liner.
I mean, I just don't know if something like that is feasible or not. I just don't know. Not an expert in these things, but I bet you've got a view on it.
Yeah.
In the meantime, judgmental dogs.
That's right. We're going to be talking a bit later on about this new research from Japan, which says that when your dog is looking at you, it's not just loving you, it is actually judging you.
Yeah.
It's judging your behaviour. It judges whether or not you deserve their respect.
Anyway, Pam says, this is my dog Ruby's do not disturb stare.
Yes, that's another Ruby. We've had a Ruby
We've had a Ruby before, wrapped up in a towel. You can see it's the eyes. I wouldn't mess with that.
No. Joe in New Zealand, hi there, Joe, says Heidi is definitely my boss. She wakes me every morning at about 5:30 with my socks in her mouth, telling me it's time to go for our walk. I love her to bits, but that is a formidable stare.
Isn't it? She's like a sort of collie.
She looks like a collie dog, yeah.
Jake in London says, it's my cat who's in charge of me. Cats are the best. There's lovely black and white beauty.
Yeah. And in a few moments, we're going to be reviewing the newspapers with Pete Price. And these are his two dogs. Oh, aren't they gorgeous? They look like little Scotty dogs. Are they Scotty dogs?
I don't know.
They almost look like fluffy toys.
They do look
They are
fluffy
so
toys.
pretty. But they've got a stare about them as well. That's the same sort of stare I get from my dog.
Oh, there you go. Well, we'll get a stare from Aidan McGee in just a minute because he's here with all the very latest sport.
Good morning, I'm Stephen Keats with your latest Met Office forecast. And through today, we're going to see an area of rain pushing its way north across parts of the UK. Either side of it, there will be some brighter skies, and whether it's cloudy and damp or sunny, it will be feeling pretty warm for the time of year. And that's because we've got the winds coming up from the south around this area of low pressure out in the Atlantic, but they'll also be dragging up a series of frontal systems which will be bringing those areas of cloud and rain. So first thing this morning, it's going to be pretty damp across parts of Wales, northern England. This rain slowly shuffling its way a bit further north into southern Scotland, eventually into central Scotland later in the day. Meanwhile, further south, for the eastern side of England, it will be brightening up into Saturday afternoon. Just the odd shower, but some warm sunshine coming through, but a hangback of cloud hanging on across parts of Wales and southwest England with a few further showers. In that sunshine, though, temperatures above 20 Celsius, peaking perhaps 22 or 23 in the London area, really quite exceptional for the time of year. Now, the rain through this evening will be pushing its way further north across parts of Scotland. So after a dry day, it will be turning damp here through the later evening into the overnight period. Elsewhere, though, there'll be clearance in the cloud. There'll be some clear spells to take us through into Sunday morning. But for the far southeast, that cold front just pepping up a little bit, some splashes of rain returning back here, and one or two showers coming into the west. But again, wherever you are, it will be another very mild night to take us into Sunday morning. So for Sunday, the far southeast and East Anglia prone to seeing further areas of cloud and some bits and pieces of rain. Some uncertainties of how far west this rain extends. Elsewhere, though, across the UK, it will be, broadly speaking, a picture of sunshine and showers. Some of these showers quite heavy, potentially with the risk of some hail and thunder from northern and western areas, and quite breezy and blustery in the west as well. Elsewhere, though, some sunshine coming through. Not quite as warm as it was as it will be on Saturday, but still temperatures very respectable for the time of year. Bit of uncertainty then as we move from Sunday into Monday. The devil in the detail for the Halloween forecast, it has to be said. Staying quite unsettled into next week, and temperatures slowly coming back down closer to the seasonal norm. Take care.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
To each and every one of you.
For helping our great nation
Find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
across England, Scotland,
Wales and Northern Ireland.
On TV,
On radio,
and online. We're proud to be the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debates, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
On the Mark Steyn Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flock at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Steyn Show.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News. Hello, I'm Alastair Stewart, and I'd invite you to join me at noon on Saturdays and Sundays for Alastair Stewart and Friends. I've been in this business for over 40 years. Now, here at GB News, I've never been happier. I get to choose the big stories that really interest me. We hear what you have to say, and you hear what I have to say. I really hope you can join me, noon on Saturdays and Sundays.
I'm Mark Dolan. Join me at 11 on GB News for Headliners, in which I'll be joined by two of the UK's top comedians discussing tomorrow's papers. If it's an important story, we'll cover it, but we'll have some fun along the way. Headliners, the late night paper review that won't send you to sleep like the others will. 7 nights a week at 11 p.m. on GB News.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
Sorry.
It is very early. It's only 7:31.
Yes, that's right.
This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. Good morning to you. Let's talk to Aidan, who's got all the sport for us this morning. Aidan, hello.
Hi.
Let's have. I like a bit of controversy.
Do you?
VAR.
I know, yeah. Well, look, there was a problem in the week when Tottenham played in the Champions League against Sporting Lisbon. They went right to the end of the match and they thought they'd scored a goal. It took 6 minutes for VAR, the video assistant referee, to rule it out. Now, we've discussed VAR on this programme many times, and if you're keeping people waiting in a stadium for 6 minutes while somebody somewhere detached at a different unit over at Stockley Park, over near Heathrow, is deciding whether someone's offside by the width of an armpit hair, then it's destroyed. It's destroyed. Well, no, it's serious. It comes down. It comes down to that's actually the phrase being used. I mean, it's coming down to those kind of small.
Is that what
margins.
takes so long? Is judging whether somebody's offside or not?
Yeah, well, it's not just offside. It can be anything. It can be any infringement. It can be a block. It can be a handball. There can be 3 infringements in the lead up to a goal.
I don't understand why it takes 6 minutes.
Well, this is the thing. We thought it would solve all our problems. But the referees now, there's two problems here. Antonio Conte said that televisually and for people in the stadium, people in the stadium can't even see what the VAR is looking at, so they don't know what the infringement is. So they're just waiting there. So, heaven forbid you've got a tube to catch. But it's making for a poor spectacle. And he's saying these are for clear and obvious mistakes. It cannot be a clear and obvious mistake if it's taking you 6 minutes to work out whether there's an infringement or not. And it's also making the referees lazy in a way because they're saying, well, OK, I might have that wrong, I might have it right, I'm not sure. But you know what, there's someone who can look at it on the video. So they defer the decision. It's getting very easy. It's getting very easy to say, you know what, there's a third eye in elsewhere. Yes. Let's leave it to them. Do
you think it takes a long time as well because of the responsibility of the decision?
Yes.
Because it's money down when it comes down to it, isn't it?
I mean, I went and had a demonstration in 2019 when they were bringing this in. It's not sophisticated technology. It's literally just video recordings going over and over again. They could have done this in the 1960s, but it took so long. I was in favour of it. I thought this is a great idea because we saw so many on-field bad decisions. Now, there is a happy medium somewhere. It's just finding it out. But it seems to work better in other countries, in other leagues. You don't get this controversy in Germany every week, and they have it. I don't know what the difference is. Maybe it's because their referees are more... It's more incumbent on them to make the decision on the field. Just come to us when you really have to. The referees here seem to be like, not really sure. The game is so fast now as well, and these guys are struggling to keep up, and they have been for a long time. And they're thinking, if there's someone elsewhere who can take responsibility for the decision, then maybe it's best to defer that.
The minute you take it away from the heat of the game, it becomes somebody's responsibility, and then they're thinking money, lawyers, responsibility.
Yeah. I mean, tennis, for example, we got used to Cyclops, didn't we? And when we got the challenges as well. But that was a clear on the line, off the line. It worked in football with the goal line technology. That was the big problem with this. We had situations like in the 2010 World Cup where Frank Lampard scores a goal, it's that much over the line, referee didn't see it, so on we go, disallowed. For stuff like that, goal line technology is very good. VAR is different. You can referee any part of the game from a video system 6 miles away, or if you're at Man United, it's 220 miles away or whatever. So it just seems a bit as if the game is becoming a little bit too technical. Tottenham were a victim of the decision the other night, and they're really not happy. They go to Bournemouth today, 3 o'clock kickoff.
Let's have a look at Kyle Walker and Calvin Phillips, Man City. I mean, they're sidelined again, but they say they're pretty optimistic about the World Cup.
Yeah, they are. So this is Pep Guardiola, the Manchester City coach, talking yesterday. These two players have been out for some weeks. Calvin Phillips came from Leeds in the summer. Both these players are stalwarts of Euro 2020, which was played in, obviously, Euro 2021. Calvin Phillips has made 1 sub-appearance this season. I really don't think that the England manager would be daft enough to include him in a World Cup competition in 3 weeks' time when he's had so little game practice. Kyle Walker is different. He was injured against Manchester United earlier this month. They've got a problem at right-back because they've got injuries there as well with Reece James. So he's had a groin problem. Again, I really don't think it's going to be a race against time to get them fit. And we've been here before so many times. Do you remember when we always put our hand on Beckham's foot before the World Cup in 2002? We had to put our hands on the front of the sun, a picture of his metatarsal to help him get fit for the. Right. I mean, he got fit. He did get there, but as we've seen with Wayne Rooney and people like that down the years, they get there and they're not fully fit, and they're going up against players who are fully fit. And in the decisive moments of matches, it does matter. And I think England, with all the players we've got, I think we should just move on and realise that sometimes when the World Cup's in the middle of a season, you're going to lose players to injury, and we have to accept it as part and parcel of the game.
Yeah, but the viewers, the people in the crowd want to see the big star names, don't they?
Well, they do, but we do have options in that area, and I just think we've been here so many times before. Russia player back, and this is the problem with having a World Cup in the middle of a season. You've got this massive avalanche of games either side of it, and you have to accept that this is just a hazard of. This is why, when we're talking about football resisting World Cups and the awarding of the World Cup to Qatar, this was one of the problems. The managers are moaning around Christmas time that they're having to play on Boxing Day and on the 27th. Yeah. No one's saying anything about. None of these managers are now saying anything about Qatar. They're just avoiding the question because Qatar's tentacles are all over the Premier League.
It's always so controversial already.
Yeah, it's money as well.
Always out of money. Aidan, thank you. Catch up with you a little bit later on.
It's 7:37. We're going to take a short break for you now, and back in a couple of moments with the newspaper review.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB News Day with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria Di Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christys. I'm not here to mess around. With all the biggest topics and guests, you will always be up to date. GB News Day and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of two wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
My name's Tom Harwood, and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
On Mark Dolan tonight, we have a simple plan, which is to inform, stimulate and entertain in equal measure. It's all about getting your opinions on the national television airwaves. I love my viewer emails, mark@gbnews.uk. So do join me from 9 p.m. to midnight every Friday, Saturday and Sunday for big guests, big opinions and a big presenter. 6'5", don't you know? See you then on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christys, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
Join me, Arlene Foster, for The Briefing on GB News. Every Friday at 3 p.m, I'll give you all the latest political news and analysis, and we'll have robust live debate. To make sure that you're caught up on all of the biggest issues of the day, we'll bring on experts in their field. I'll ask the questions that you'd like to ask. We're not afraid to tackle discussions from all perspectives, including yours. Don't forget, The Briefing with me, Arlene Foster, every Friday at 3 p.m. on GB News.
It is 7:41. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
Time to go through the papers now, and joining us this morning, broadcaster Pete Price, and joining him, author and broadcaster Nikki Hodgson. So thank you very much for coming again. We're starting with Nikki, and it's the lead in the Telegraph, isn't it? It's the head. It's about universities' view of private schools.
Yeah, so specifically it's about Oxbridge and this idea that Oxbridge is now discriminating against pupils from private schools. It's Melvin Roth, who's the chairman of the Headmasters and Headmistresses Conference, who's intervened and kind of row about it and said that, yeah, he feels that they are being discriminated against and that there's a suspicion that school type is being used by universities as a quick and dirty proxy measure to make the system look fairer. Now, I went to a private school and I applied to Oxford and I didn't get in. And I think that was absolutely fine and totally fair, because what some of the tutors are saying is that actually if you go to a state school, you are disadvantaged. You don't have the same level of You don't have the same ratio of teachers to pupils. You don't have the same extracurricular opportunities. So if you are reaching a standard that maybe is the same grade but, fewer points, then you should be considered to have done better. But I don't think there's anything wrong with this. I think it's fuss over nothing. At the end of the day, people who go to private schools still end up in the top jobs. I think what's the cabinet? 2/3 of them are privately educated. Hasn't done them any harm whether they've been to Oxbridge or not. So the benefits of going still outweigh the negatives. So I just think it is fair, actually, that we have more state school pupils at Oxbridge. It's how it should be.
I agree. Pete?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I went to a secondary modern school. I've done all right for myself, so I get... Listen, I've got to say, before we mention the next story, the feature on dogs is fantastic that you're doing this morning.
Yes.
I had an experience in Panto with a great St Bernard. Hated me, and the look it used to give me was dreadful. And what they did was they did a magic trick. So I was playing Dame, so I had to go into this house with the St Bernard, and then the house disappears, I disappear, and the St Bernard's there, and the kids go, "Oh, look at that!" But the St Bernard hated me so much. It waited for every performance when we were in that house to pass wind.
Oh. Serves you right.
Hated that dog.
Well, they do things like that. Apparently, they judge you when they're staring at you.
Oh, this one judged me.
When they're staring at you, they are not just loving you, they are judging you, and they will have more respect for you and more time for you if they think you're clever.
But it was looking at me saying, "You're a man in a frock. I'm not having this."
He probably was really weirded out by it, wasn't he?
Pete, can we have a look at the Express and hounding OAPs over their licence fee?
Yeah, the licence, it's a double-page thing. Stop hounding these old age pensioners. Give them a break. We're already struggling to keep pensioners alive. They've had the pandemic. They've had the problems with the post office, which we mentioned before, and banks that are closing. They don't have much going for them, an awful lot of them. An awful lot of people do. They look after themselves. But those who are housebound, please give them a licence over 75. It's not asking that much. They have paid an awful lot of them tax all their life. I know the BBC programmes cost a fortune, which they do cost a fortune, and someone's got to pay for them. But please, let's show a little bit of heart to people over 75 and give them something. Plus, I'd get mine free.
You would?
Oh, yes. Never thought of that. Yeah, good idea.
Yeah, me too.
No, I mean, so many people, struggle.
Is it not free for anyone anymore? It used to be free for...
It used to be free for the...
They scrapped it, yeah. There's nobody gets it free.
Yeah.
I think so.
So 75, I think, is
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, because a lot of them won't last much longer.
Television is often your friend, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a friend. And it's the only
And you
friend.
have paid your taxes for those BBC
What say, Stephen?
Time for advertising on the BBC.
I think it's going that way. I don't know how they're going to resist it any longer. It's just, I think the arguments for abolishing...
Yeah, but then you can't have both, can you? You can't have a licence fee and
No, but I
advertising.
think they're going to get... I think they'll have to get rid of it.
I sort of resent paying my licence fee now because I don't really watch any BBC. I don't really listen to any BBC.
That's a big argument, that, isn't it?
A lot of people say that, but what they do find is they're watching BBC-made programmes on online or whatever. Yeah.
And we're paying for that, aren't we, as well? Because
Yes, you're subscribed to that anyway.
It is a minefield, isn't it? It's a minefield. It's a minefield.
Can we have a look at a royal in I'm a Celebrity? Now, I'm not a fan of I'm a Celebrity or any of these sort of things. Mike Tyndall's going in, which I'm really surprised at.
I'm surprised about it too. It's really funny because I went to school with Mike Tyndall. I used to get the bus home and he was the big rugby guy at the back of the bus. Wow. He was a few years older than me, but I've never forgotten that. And then when I saw him married into the royal family, it was,
a bit weird.
A bit of a gear shift. But yeah, this is Mike going in and he's just saying that he's worried about becoming hangry and how he might act if he's only fed rice and beans. But it also says that they asked him if the Queen had given him permission, the late Queen, and he said, "Well, I don't mind you asking, but it's not something I need to tell you, is it?" He was very cryptic about it.
That's a good reply.
It's a great reply, actually, to a question, because it's polite, but just saying, I'm not going to tell you.
Yeah.
I'd sort of like to know that the Queen had approved it, or the King now.
Well, he isn't a direct member of the royal family, and he's a sportsman, and sports people like going on that programme because they see it as a challenge.
And he's got to earn a living. I mean...
Yeah, well, yes, he has.
You
they're
know?
not on the thingy list.
He's not just taking taxpayers' money. He's
a great way of
making his way in the world. So leave him. I think.
Great way of making a living too, eating all those dreadful
yes,
things.
Yes, it would be horrible.
I'm really glad no one's ever asked me to go in it because I couldn't, and I certainly couldn't jump out of a helicopter.
Well, we were eating insects on the show the other day. Well, I wasn't. I didn't have any because I'm vegetarian. But yes, the
anything nice?
Well, it was not a cockroach.
That'd be a foul.
Crickets.
Crickets.
Oh yeah, they eat crickets. Yeah.
Crickets, and it was strips of this cricket meat. And apparently it was very nice.
Well, I've been to China and I've seen streets where they eat anything.
Oh, yes,
I mean, it's just scary. If it moves, they eat it.
Yeah. No,
apparently it is the way of the future. We're going to be...
We'll have to eat.
We won't eat insects that look like insects on the plate, or at least you don't have to. It'll be ground up into a protein, won't
exactly.
I think he should take Harry with him into the... Let's find out about the book.
I was going to say, maybe it's a better way of making a living than selling your memoirs.
Well, yeah, but what's Harry getting? £38 million?
He's donating it, though, isn't he?
No, not all of it.
Oh, no, he's donating some of it.
1.6 million is going to go to two of his charities. But I don't know about the rest.
They're hyping it to death.
Oh, they really
It's going to be a dreary read.
Well, I hope so.
I think it will.
Can I just say, I feel really selfish because when people talk about having these vast amounts of money, earning these huge sums, I'm giving half of it away. I mean, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. I mean, I'd look after the family.
Well, that's interesting.
But I wouldn't give it all away.
I don't think lots of people would. I think and they do it, it's a PR move, isn't it?
Yeah.
They do it so that people will think they're generous, so they don't question the rest of their wealth accumulated.
Yeah.
Stephen, that's so interesting. The heating bills. We get the heating allowance coming up. I know two famous people who I will not mention on here, and they say, we're keeping our... we've paid tax all our life. Why shouldn't we have our 250 quid?
Well, it's a fair point, I think. But
that'll start Twitter going.
They'll have paid a lot. They'll have paid a lot of tax.
A lot of tax.
They'll pay more tax than most.
So why not? Can we finish off with some crisps? Yeah. I love a crisp.
There's special crisps that are going on sale in stores, including Harvey Nichols and Selfridges. Are they posh crisps?
They're posh crisps and they're egg crisps. So fancy a fried egg crisp. But Sarah has done
a crisp that tastes of fried eggs.
Yeah. But Sarah says the fried egg crisps have never taken off in Britain. I opened a bag and the smell of sulphur came out. The crisps are greasy, salty, very eggy, drenched in concentrated egg flavour. And then she says, you could buy 24 large free eggs for the same price. I'd love to know where you buy 24 eggs for $4.99. And I love the idea of these crisps. I'll have a packet any time.
I would have a packet of them.
Yes. To the fried egg.
Well, it's like you can buy baked potato flavoured crisps.
Well, that's crazy because crisps are potatoes.
Just eat a potato.
But they really taste of baked potato.
I never thought of that.
That's
confounding.
That's made my day. I love the idea of fried eggs. If there was a Harvey Nicks now, I'd nip out and buy you a packet.
Oh, yes.
I was going to call you Crisp then.
Crisp will do. Oh, I'd love to try that.
If you're vegetarian, you still eat eggs?
Yeah, I'm not vegan.
I see. Just checking.
Not vegan.
Just checking.
Yeah. Not one of them veganists. That's true, but I don't know how you manage without a bit of milk and...
as soon as I came back, I've just been away to Israel. As soon as I came back, I was there like a shot looking for a steak. Like a shot.
Bet you were. Look, we're going to leave it there, you two, but we'll catch up with you both a little bit later on. Thank you.
Now, what was your first car? Do you remember this one? Because after 46 years, one of Britain's favourite ever cars is going to be discontinued. Ford Motors announced this week that by the end of June 23, they will have produced their last ever Fiesta. And they'll be moving their focus to electric cars instead.
What's wrong with an electric Fiesta?
I know. Why not?
Anyway, in response to the news, nostalgic Britons have been sharing their love of the Ford Fiesta, and Eddie Costello has been meeting some of them.
Once upon a time, there was a car. It wasn't a big car, not a fancy car, but a car for the people.
It's the end of the road for one of Britain's favourite cars. The Ford Fiesta will cease production next year. But for many people in Britain, the car evokes special memories.
When I was 5, 6 and living with my mum, who was a single parent at the time, couldn't afford much. So the option was a Ford Fiesta. and at the time they were peanuts, and yeah, they were just economical, cheap to run, and it allowed her to do things that she wouldn't have been able to do if it wasn't for that car. So obviously learning to drive for the first time, buying my first ever new car was a Fiesta, meeting my girlfriend at the time, now fiance, in a Fiesta with her Fiesta, and just, yeah, again, travelling around Europe in this as well.
And did you and your girlfriend, when you first met, did you bond over the fact you both had Fiestas?
Yes, it was actually at a car meet, and yeah, I actually I wouldn't have gone up if it wasn't for a friend at the time who also had a Fiesta. So yeah, I met her for the first time, and we locked eyes and pretty much started talking straight away, and yeah.
So really, your love story is down to the Ford Fiesta.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's been a mate through my life. It really has, and I can't name any other car that would do that.
Ford says this move is about cost saving and the transition to electric vehicles. Erin Baker is from Auto Trader.
It's come as a bit of a shock to some, but the reasons for others are clear. Ford, like every other manufacturer out there, is having to pivot quite quickly to electric because 2030 is on the horizon, which is the cut-off date for sales of new petrol and diesel cars. So that's one big reason, and you know, Ford, along with everyone else, has to look at the viability of its small models, its petrol and diesel models, look at the profitability, and if there is any future for them. And I think they've decided with Fiesta, probably rightly, that there just isn't a profit there in the future.
As a self-confessed petrol head, Chris doesn't think this is the right move.
I don't think electric is the way forward. I think it's hydrogen or synthetic fuel, which has been already proven to be a great alternative to petrol.
Despite being adored by so many, after almost half a century, it's time to say a fond farewell to the Ford Fiesta. Ellie Costello, GB News.
Oh.
That's a great name. It's a shame, isn't it, really?
It's a shame. Well, a little bit of our history, Ford Fiestas. Everyone always wanted a Ford Fiesta. I never had one.
And the Ford Escort as well. Very famous cars.
Yeah, I mean, the Escort, though, I mean, we think the classic Escort was a real square box of a thing.
They were very square in the olden days.
But, you know, everyone wanted was it an Escort RS Sport or something that all the boy racers wanted? Something like that, you know. Good old days. Anyway, look, don't go anywhere. All the top stories and all your views are coming up after the weather.
Good morning, I'm Stephen Keats with your latest Met Office forecast. And through today we're going to see an area of rain pushing its way north across parts of the UK. Either side of it there will be some brighter skies, and whether it's cloudy and damp or sunny, it will be feeling pretty warm for the time of year. And that's because we've got the winds coming up from the south around this area of low pressure out in the Atlantic, but they'll also be dragging up a series of frontal systems which will be bringing those areas of cloud and rain. So first thing this morning, it's going to be pretty damp across parts of Wales, northern England. This rain slowly shuffling its way a bit further north into southern Scotland, eventually into central Scotland later in the day. Meanwhile, further south, for the eastern side of England, it will be brightening up into Saturday afternoon. Just the odd shower, but some warm sunshine coming through, but a hangback of cloud hanging on across parts of Wales and southwest England with a few further showers. In that sunshine, though, temperatures above 20 Celsius, peaking perhaps 22 or 23 in the London area, really quite exceptional for the time of year. Now, the rain through this evening will be pushing its way further north across parts of Scotland. So after a dry day, it will be turning damp here through the later evening into the overnight period. Elsewhere, though, there'll be clearance in the cloud. There'll be some clear spells to take us through into Sunday morning. But for the far southeast, the cold front just pepping up a little bit. Some splashes of rain returning back here and one or two showers coming into the west. But again, wherever you are, it will be another very mild night to take us into Sunday morning. So for Sunday, the far southeast and East Anglia prone to seeing further areas of cloud and some bits and pieces of rain. Some uncertainties of how far west this rain extends. Elsewhere, though, across the UK, it will be, broadly speaking, a picture of sunshine and showers. Some of these showers quite heavy, potentially with the risk of some hail and thunder from northern and western areas, and quite breezy and blustery in the west as well. Elsewhere, though, some sunshine coming through. Not quite as warm as it was as it will be on Saturday, but still temperatures very respectable for the time of year. Bit of uncertainty then as we move from Sunday into Monday. The devil in the detail for the Halloween forecast, it has to be said. Staying quite unsettled into next week, and temperatures slowly coming back down closer to the seasonal norm. Take care.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and TuneIn apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
I'm Mark White. As GB News Home and Security Editor, I cover those key issues that are so important to you. Our authorities, our communities doing all they can to combat violent crime. With the public services under unbearable strain, why are we still failing to control our borders? Defence, the first priority of any government, has been continually hollowed out. Can we trust our politicians to protect the armed forces? Join me, Mark White, on GB News.
Join me, Nana Akua, on Friday, Saturday and Sunday afternoons on GB News. Expect fiery debate and passionate discussion as me and my panel tackle some of the biggest topics hitting the headlines. It's a place for everyone's opinion. No one gets cancelled, but no one gets an easy ride.
Oh, she's on it today.
Be ready for conversations that are fierce, frank and, of course, fun every Friday, Saturday and Sunday afternoon from 4 p.m. on GB News.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment or your own news from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
And the national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here.
You will notice the northwestern accents. Whether you're with us on TV, radio or online, every morning it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
Every Saturday at 2 o'clock, join me, Darren Grimes, for Real Britain. I'm not afraid to give you a platform and say it how it is.
Come on, make the case. Something like this is very, very important to people.
And we're always up for a laugh on this show.
God, honestly, you'd think there were no problems in the world.
Real Britain, every Saturday on GB News.
On the Mark Steyn Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flock at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Steyn Show.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
To each and every one of you.
for helping our great nation
Find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Across England,
Scotland,
Wales and Northern Ireland. On TV.
on radio,
And online.
we're proud to be the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Rishi Sunak drops his pledge to find patients who miss a doctor's appointment.
Good morning, it's 8 o'clock on Saturday the 29th of October. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
I hope you know what day it is, because I'm at that point now where I'm forgetting.
It's Saturday the 29th of October.
Oh, thank you, yeah. Glad you just said that.
Oh.
But no, I keep forgetting what day it is.
Yeah, me too, totally. Especially when you're on holiday.
Clocks change
No idea.
tonight, by the way. Don't forget about that. We're live across the whole of the UK on your TV, your radio and online, so don't forget to take us out and about with you today. Here are your top stories.
Rishi Sunak has scrapped his pledge to charge people for missing GP appointments. During the summer, over the Conservative leadership contest, he actually pledged to introduce a £10 fine for people who miss their appointments, but now he's taking it back.
A source at the Manston military base in Kent claims violence, disease and self-harm are a daily occurrence at the facility. Our Home and Security Editor Mark White is going to bring us an exclusive report.
And do you ever feel that your pet judges you. Research says that they do. They're looking at you, they're staring at you, and they are judging you. Stay with us to find out more.
I think it's all a bit paranoid myself, but let us know what you think. Any pictures you've got as well. gbviews@gbnews.uk. Oh, should we have a look at the world of politics for you this morning, just for a change, at the minute? The Prime Minister has scrapped his Tory leadership campaign pledge to fine patients who miss their NHS appointments.
The announcement was made while Mr Sunak was visiting a hospital in Croydon, where he was also challenged on nurses' pay.
Now, it all comes as the PM faces pressure following his decision to reinstate Suella Braverman as Home Secretary. After 6 days, she resigned, if you remember, over an alleged national security breach.
Well, joining us now is the former MEP and political campaigner, Belinda de Lucy. Hi there.
Hi.
We're all trying to figure out why Rishi Sunak has has taken back the fine that he was going to impose.
I know. I think that Rishi really does not have the bandwidth at the moment to come across as flaky after the optics of how he got the throne. You know, this is the time where he's supposed to be that Prime Minister we needed with the courage of his conviction. And he was really passionate about this policy. He called it one of his flagship policies. And it was, we need radical, robust ideas to help reform the NHS instead of constantly throwing taxpayers' money at it with no efficiency improved. And, you know, these aren't cancelled appointments. These are repeated no-show offenders. So Rishi's policy was very meek. It was a £10 fine, not if you miss it with a no-show for the first time, but if it was a repeat offence, and also if it was no notice given whatsoever. £216 million worth of taxpayers' money is wasted on no-shows. 1 in 20 appointments are a no-show. That's with no notice, people just not turning up. And what it does is it deprives ill people who really need to see someone.
It's hard enough to get an appointment in the first place.
It's over 2 million hours that are wasted, and we needed a deterrence. Now, there are the arguments, of course, that, oh, well, it would cost more in admin to try and chase these fines. And
well, which are very valid points, but even if you'd looked at the detail and said, this isn't going to work for whatever reason, wouldn't he just... I mean, there was no requirement for him to address it at this early stage.
Well, it was really surprising because, as I think you mentioned before in the show, his communication isn't that much better than Liz Truss's.
No.
I don't see a huge improvement on him selling his own ideas. And this, it seems weak, defeated. It's very much, oh, I asked the BMA and they said, you know, computer says no, so I backed off. This isn't what we want. He's got to go up against the EU.
Well, it's a U-turn.
It's a massive, and it is a betrayal of his word of honour. No, this man's father was a doctor. He believed in this policy. It wasn't so much even about clawing back money. We have to have a deterrence.
It's saving money.
It's about saving money. The NHS is free at point of use. It is not free to abuse. And
so who's got at him? What's the reason?
I think this whole "it's not the right time" excuse is being used quite a bit by Rishi at the moment. And the BMA probably said, you know, well, we'll put up a fight and we'll tell everyone how much it costs, and you know, you'll be made to look a fool. I cannot see a robust argument against it because the BMA are always arguing that the doctors are overworked and don't have enough time, and yet won't do anything about these 1 in 20 no-shows. People need to have a little bit more respect for something that's free and not see it as plentiful and something you can waste.
I'm intrigued by the fact that you are not giving Rishi a very good mark on week 1 as Prime Minister in all of it. When isn't there a sense? And it might just be me. It might just be the people I'm talking to, and not all of whom are Rishi Sunak fans by a long shot, but who nevertheless say feels a little bit calmer at the minute.
Well, I'm prepared to give him a chance because I think we should all do that and wish him well and a great success. But I think the way he got to that position doesn't smell right. So this was the chance he needed to create roses and start. And actually what Liz Truss said at the beginning was, I'm prepared to be unpopular to make the right decisions. He needed a bit of that because these big decisions, some people aren't going to like. For him to back off quickly. And as I said, it's not just with the U-turn over the £10 fine. It's with the Brexit regulations. He's now saying the pledge he made during the campaign to create a delivery unit to get rid of these cumbersome EU regulations, he's now ditching that because apparently civil service say, well, there's just not enough time, so it's not the right time. So
But isn't that a fair point? I mean, and a lot of economists are saying even since the campaign in the summer, the economic situation obviously has changed so dramatically even since then. Isn't it right that he says, right, I'm gonna reassess everything now. I'm going to focus on what is really going to matter in the immediate to mid-term. Look at everything else later on.
I think to suggest that when you're in a crisis, it was the same. They did this over the pandemic as well. When you've got one thing to worry about, you can shelve everything else. I just don't think that's good government. I think you have departments dedicated to specific things. Jacob Rees-Mogg was the Brexit Opportunities Minister. That position looks like it's been scrapped now. So there are other signs that actually he's just sort of putting everything to the side to focus on economy. And the thing I worry about politicians who do that is they only look at short-term solution, which is why they're pro-mass immigration, quickly fix the economy, open borders, let everyone in, let's ignore Brexit, let's just focus on money. What about social cohesion? What about how people feel about wasting taxpayers' money? Because he's not addressing the waste of taxpayers' money, but very happy to raise taxes. But I will give him a chance. But I do think this was a week to come across as bold, and also his word of honour means a lot. Politicians are not trusted at the moment because pledges keep getting U-turned.
I just wonder if he's been stung slightly because obviously Liz Truss came in and immediately announcement, and now they're all saying now all the timing was wrong and the policy was wrong. And I mean, he's only been in the job 5 days.
And already doing so many U-turns. So why do all that in the first 5 days?
There's a question over the U-turns and why he's not just keeping his mouth shut on these issues. But it's just too soon.
It's too soon, but it worries me that the speediness of the U-turns, when he seemed so passionate about them during his campaign, shows he doesn't have the courage of his conviction anymore. And maybe the people around him are putting a lot of pressure on him to ditch things that he doesn't really want to ditch. But that's how he managed to get the Prime Minister's seat, that he had to have this support. I don't know, something doesn't smell right that he's going against things he really believed in during the campaign. Why now?
Do you worry as well that when he opens his mouth, everything he says is negative?
Negative
it's
and
all
blame.
Bad news.
Full of blame about Liz Truss, you know, talking about her mistakes all the time when he was Chancellor of the Exchequer at a time where, you know, furlough was...
No, come on. The first speech he gave, which was that very odd speech to camera, which was very
robotic.
It was robotic, but he did say in that, you know, first thing he said was, I want to pay tribute to the remarkable work of Liz Truss.
Yes.
I sat at home saying, well, he can't start off with a lie. You know, what a great Prime Minister she's been for a month.
But he was I think someone wrote that for him. That was a disastrous first speech. He has made it up. I think he is coming across much better now. And there are some things I really like about Rishi. He's saying he's going to protect single-sex spaces for women and not falling down that gender extremist routes that's infiltrating schools and children's lives now. And there are some things that sound really good. And this idea of steady pair of hands, I get it. But sometimes you need a maverick, not a goose, to weather the storms. You need someone who's a bit more creative and brave rather than U-turning on any decision that might upset anyone. So I just wish he maybe had waited a bit more time and sold his U-turns better, because we need a change in the NHS.
He was good in PMQs, though, wasn't he?
Yes, I did see that.
And what was astonishing was that the other side, Keir Starmer, didn't land a punch and could have made so many barbed comments about recent times and didn't. I was really astounded.
I am pleasantly surprised about his performance against Keir. Keir looks even more wooden than he normally
he was
does.
laughing and he was making funny points as well as serious ones. So maybe there's hope.
I think there is. I'm an optimist, so go Rishi, but we'll keep an eye on him, certainly over Brexit and U-turns.
Can I just ask, before we let you go, says we need a maverick, not a goose. Was that actually a Top Gun reference?
It was.
It was.
I had to do it.
Oh, excellent.
I'm a big fan, sorry.
Have you seen the new one?
Yeah, I love
Isn't
it. It's fantastic. You sometimes need a bit of a risk taker, You can't always do everything from a comfort zone and have a quiet, stagnant, steady status quo ship. You need a maverick.
Maverick, yeah. If you haven't seen the new Top Gun movie, I was recommended it and I thought it's a boys' movie. I liked the original, though. That was good. So anyway, I made myself sit down and watch it. It is fabulous.
Fantastic.
Can't tell you how good it is.
It is fantastic. They've made it so similar to the original.
Oh, in all the right ways. Yes.
Maybe it's a bit off topic, isn't it? But it gives you something to smile about, doesn't it? Which we need at the moment.
Yes,
I can't apologise for that. Helen from Brighton.
Yeah.
She says if Sunak and the Tories want to win the next general election, he needs to cap petrol and diesel at £1.50 a litre, cut 2.5% off VAT and sort out the migrant crisis.
Yes, just like that.
Well, I'll tell you what, Helen, that's a lovely idea, isn't it? Especially
I tell you what, and Adam says, I'm working on Christmas Day, because we were talking about that, on call as a central heating engineer, protecting the vulnerable in social care, housing care homes. Brilliant work. And if ever there's a day you want your central heating to work, it's going to be Christmas Day, isn't it? Yeah. So well done, Adam.
If you get called out, Adam, I suspect you will get quite a few mince pies.
Yeah.
We're talking about judgmental pets. We're going to be talking to a guest about it a little bit later on, aren't we? This study in Japan says our pets are judging us.
All the time. When they're staring at you, they might love you, but they're judging you as well. So you've been sending in some amazing animal photos today. Our GB Views inbox has been inundated, and we will get through as many as we can for you this morning. Have a look at these.
Yeah, this is from Stephen. It says, this is my dog, Cleo.
Oh,
she uses the sofa to give us an extra height while she stares me down.
Yeah, she's one of those little fluffy ones.
Oh, Poodles.
Oh, look, B in Cornwall says we have 3 sets of eyes on us. This is Coco, Phoebe and Portia waiting for their morning walk.
They are proper traditional
They
poodles,
are proper poodles. They're standard poodles, aren't they, I think?
Gorgeous.
Yeah. There's some
Ellie Phillips is joining us to talk showbiz in the next half hour. Here she is with Morkie, her Morkie, who's called Lulu.
A Morkie?
Well, is a Morkie a type of dog?
Yeah. And this... And this is Paul, who says, R3 plot on us on a daily basis. I wonder what mischief they're cooking up for us today.
Love it. Oh, I mean, is that
or is that Lucy who didn't like her bath?
I don't know.
We might have got them muddled up now.
I don't know.
Sam from Pontefract sent in a picture of his Lucy, who says who looks a bit wet. I think that was Lucy. Yeah.
Yeah,
really
that's
right.
Need to have a wash. She's usually a very happy collie. Ah, yes, collie.
Yeah, collie. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Smashing pictures. Thank you very much. And we will be talking to an expert a bit later on about how the fact that our judges, our pets, are judging us all the time, and apparently they have distinct opinions about how clever we are. So you know when you talk about your dog, you say he's actually very intelligent.
What's Larry the cat thinking then?
Oh yes.
Lovely. That'll be interesting.
Yeah, no, you know how we talk about dogs, say, actually, you know, so-and-so's Jack Russell, very intelligent. Maybe that's what they're saying about, you know, so-and-so's a, you know...
Idiot.
Yeah, yes.
Probably is.
So that's
Never
Stephen, who
phone.
thinks he owns us, but actually he's an idiot.
Yeah. Fair point. Now, a whistleblower at a troubled asylum processing centre in Kent has told GB News the government's not acknowledging the true extent of the crisis there.
Yeah, the source is at the Manston military base and claims that there's violence, disease and attempts at self-harm on a daily basis.
Well, the processing centre is only supposed to hold asylum seekers for maximum 24 hours before being transferred to longer-term accommodation, but many have been there for weeks in unsuitable living conditions.
Our Home and Security editor, Mark White, has this exclusive report for us.
The situation inside this asylum processing centre is deteriorating rapidly, according to one man who works here. We're protecting his identity, but this whistleblower told us officials are not acknowledging the true extent of the crisis here.
Incidents are being brushed under the carpet and not taken seriously. Weapons that have been found include knuckle dusters, knives, makeshift weapons that could slash or stab people.
He also said some of those employed to guard the base were later revealed to have no right to work in the UK. The Home Office told us they're not aware of anyone employed at the base who didn't have a right to work there. The processing centre is only supposed to hold asylum seekers for no more than 24 hours before they're then farmed out to hotels and other longer-term, more suitable accommodation. But the numbers arriving by small boat far outstrip the base's processing capabilities.
Senior management don't have plans to move them out. Their solution is to bail them onto the site. They've breached detention laws and human rights. When someone is detained, they should be reviewed every 24 hours. This has not been done at all.
He told us some people have been there for over a month, adding to the mounting tensions and worsening conditions at the base.
Diphtheria has been confirmed, as has strep throat, sandflies and fleas throughout the tents. Migrants pelted staff with water bottles, injuring one member of staff. Migrants have self-harmed and one attempted to hang himself. Most staff aren't trained to deal or cope with this.
We need to process applications here when people do arrive in this country much more quickly. Wherever you look with this government, it's a story of failure and lack of leadership.
The whistleblower said staff at Manston have also now been told to classify those at the base as arriving passengers and not illegal entrants. He fears it will only be a matter of time before there is serious disorder here.
Critical incidents have been declared. There are regular escape attempts, sit-down protests, threats of a dirty protest, fighting amongst migrants and assaults on staff.
A Home Office spokesperson said the record numbers arriving by small boat continue to put the asylum system under incredible pressure, but Manston remains resourced and equipped to process migrants. Alternative accommodation will be provided as soon as possible. Mark White, GB News.
Huge problem, isn't it? I'm sure you've got a view. Don't forget, you can share your views with us. gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Coming up, we're going to be talking showbiz, including Kanye back in the news for upsetting and insulting people again. We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
To each and every one of you.
for helping our great nation.
Find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Across England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland.
On TV.
On radio and online.
We're proud to be the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debates, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
On the Mark Steyn Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flop at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Steyn Show.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Hello, I'm Alastair Stewart, and I'd invite you to join me at noon on Saturdays and Sundays for Alastair Stewart and Friends. I've been in this business for over 40 years. Now, here at GB News, I've never been happier. I get to choose the big stories that really interest me. We hear what you have to say, and you hear what I have to say. I really hope you can join me, noon on Saturdays and Sundays.
I'm Mark Dolan. Join me at 11 on GB News for Headliners, in which I'll be joined by two of the UK's top comedians discussing tomorrow's papers. If it's an important story, we'll cover it, but we'll have some fun along the way. Headliners, the late night paper review that won't send you to sleep like the others will. 7 nights a week at 11 p.m. on GB News.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News. It's 8:21, already flying by this morning. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
Now, Ellie Phillips joins us in the studio now to give us the latest from the world of showbiz. And we're going to be talking, good morning, first of all, about Kanye West. Yes. Or Ye, I gather. Ye, is that what he's called nowadays?
He changed his name last November, I think.
Do you know, I wouldn't know him if I fell over. I mean, for the benefit, I can't be the only one as well. So if there are any viewers watching who absolutely have no idea who he is and why we should care about him at all.
Kanye West is widely regarded as one of the best rappers out there. And he's also a mogul as well. So he's got his Yeezy range, which is a designer. He was also married to Kim Kardashian, reality star for a long time, but he did hits like Gold Digger. He was really, really massive rapper. But unfortunately, he has made some extremely bad comments. He has been accused of being anti-Semitic, which he has been. And as a result of this, he went on these rants about saying that Jewish people run the world and calling them out for it. As a result, a lot of the brands that he's associated with, align with companies, have dropped him. And so what happened is he lost $2 billion in a day.
$2 billion?
$2 billion was wiped off his work in a day.
How much sponsorship he gets?
Honestly, I've got a list of people who dropped him. Adidas, Balenciaga, TJ Maxx, JP Morgan will no longer bank with him, Foot Locker, UGG, Gap, even his management agency, his agents have dropped him. The lawyers, the law firm that dealt with his divorce and acted on his behalf, they've dropped him. It's really, really bad because the stuff he put out there was awful. So it all stemmed from beginning of October. I don't know if you heard about this, but he had this Paris fashion show for his Yeezy range, and shock to everyone, all the models came out wearing T-shirts with White Lives Matter on the back of them. That's obviously seen really badly. It's anti the kind of Black Lives Matter movement. As a result of that, a lot of prominent black rappers got in touch with him and said, please stop doing this, you know, you've got to not do this. He then went on Instagram, which he does a lot, and was posting conversations between each other. One conversation was from Puff Daddy, P. Diddy, another rapper, massive star, who basically was like, please stop doing this, you know, this isn't good, you know, well, let's talk. And in response, he said to him, and I quote, show the Jewish people that told you to call me that no one can threaten or influence me.
Oh, he's got a problem, hasn't he?
His Instagram was shut down. So then he went to Twitter and he tweeted, and I quote, I'm going to go DEFCON 3 on Jewish people. So this is why all these brands and labels have completely shut down. It's like $2 billion off him. And then as a result of all this, an amazing agent in America called Ari Emanuel, he represents like The Rock, you know, Oprah Winfrey. He did an op-ed in the Financial Times, and in it basically said, look, these brands have got to step away from Kanye West. We cannot allow to give him a platform and say that we support this, and that's why they've all stepped away. And as a result of this op-ed, Kanye West said, I've lost $2 million, it's fine, it's all love, I'm not in it for the money, I'm in it for the people. And the only brand that's really stuck by him in a way is Spotify, because they've said that his music doesn't violate their policy, and that's why
they're just judging him on his music.
Exactly.
I mean, is he an idiot or something?
I think he's not well.
Well, this is the thing, he has bipolar, but bipolar and any mental disorder doesn't give you a free pass to go and spout hate speech and you know, push out these awful, you know, views and this anti-Semitic views and stuff. You know, keeps going with this, even though social media was shut down. He was then going on interviews in America, and these are very right-wing podcasts, and saying the same type of thing. So extreme, in fact, that they couldn't put any of it out there. And some of it's leaked, but a lot of it hasn't come out. His ex-wife, Kim Kardashian, she's actually put out a statement against this and said, I condemn hate speech of all kinds. I stand with the Jewish people, and I hope that this stops as quickly as possible type thing. So it's really played out badly for him, and he keeps going with it. It's like there's no stopping him. Someone needs to take his phone away from him.
Yes, clearly.
Yeah.
He does sound unwell, really.
I think he's probably unwell, to be fair.
But got too much money to stop.
But this is a man with 18 million Instagram followers. There are only 15 million Jewish people in the world. So it's like, wow, this imbalance of what he can say and put out there.
Yeah.
And as a result, there has been an uprising in America of anti-Semitic acts, people hanging banners saying Kanye's right about Jewish people. Awful.
Yeah.
Awful.
Dreadful.
Yeah.
Look, Ellie, we've got to leave it there. We'll catch up with you a little bit later on. Thank you.
I wish I hadn't asked who's Kanye West and what's he done now. God, that's awful, isn't it?
Chills, isn't it? I don't think he's a well man, but then these companies should know better than to sponsor someone who's...
Well, at least they have pulled away from him, haven't they? Which is the right message.
Anyway, look, we've got much more to come, including all the morning's newspapers, so don't go anywhere.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB News Day with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria Di Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christys. I'm not here to mess around. With all the biggest topics and guests, you will always be up to date. GB News Day and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of two wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
My name's Tom Harwood, and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
On Mark Dolan tonight, we have a simple plan, which is to inform, stimulate and entertain in equal measure. It's all about getting your opinions on the national television airwaves. I love my viewer emails, mark@gbnews.uk. So do join me from 9 p.m. to midnight every Friday, Saturday and Sunday for big guests, big opinions and a big presenter. 6'5", don't you know? See you then on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, Matt. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christys, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
Join me, Arlene Foster, for The Briefing on GB News. Every Friday at 3 p.m, I'll give you all the latest political news and analysis, and we'll have robust live debate. To make sure that you're caught up on all of the biggest issues of the day, we'll bring on experts in their field. I'll ask the questions that you'd like to ask. We're not afraid to tackle discussions from all perspectives, including yours. Don't forget, The Briefing with me, Arlene Foster, every Friday at 3 p.m. on GB News.
8:30 on the nose. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. You were just looking at recipes, actually.
Yeah, absolutely.
Pumpkin gnocchi.
Makes me hungry looking at these recipes.
No, I'm interested in pumpkin recipes because we're going pumpkin.
Well, that's right, of course, because of Halloween.
This afternoon.
Right. So it's pumpkin gnocchi, and well, you make it out of pumpkins.
Oh, well,
That's surprising, isn't it?
I'll do it.
I don't know how, but I will have a look, because this is the newspaper review coming up, and this is... it's just fallen out of the newspaper, so I'll have a go at it. But it looks like you scoop out the inside of the pumpkin, and then you mush it all up, and then you add flour, cheese, spices, salt and egg yolk, so you're making it into a dough, really, right? And then you cut it up and fry it, just as you would ordinary gnocchi, and then you've made pumpkin gnocchi, and it looks lovely the way they've done it. Maybe I'll try it and bring it in tomorrow.
Do me a favour too. Don't fall asleep because I'm having them earrings.
Oh, you're going to pinch them.
Oh, I'll nick them. I'll have them. I'll wear them.
as a brooch. Be a nice one. Anyway, as you can see, joining us this morning, broadcaster Pete Price and author and broadcaster Nikki Hodgson. Good morning, you two. Can we start, Nikki, with the Sun? Tyson Fury has talked about the near death of his baby Athena, which we'd not heard of before.
We haven't heard about it. We just heard about her being born, didn't we? So this is actually adapted. It's a piece in the Sun that's adapted from Gloves Off, which is his memoir, which he's published just in time for Christmas. And it's him describing how, on the eve of his 2021 fight with Deontay Wilder, he slept on a hospital floor while he was waiting for his baby to be cared for in Aldehay Hospital in Liverpool. And he describes how poorly she was when she was born. You know, she was fine in the first few minutes, then rushed off to intensive care. He actually describes how, after a couple of days of being very poorly, she basically died, and then they resuscitated her. And he describes how his wife Paris rang him hysterical, saying the baby's dead, and then they managed to resuscitate her. And this was literally 4 weeks before this big fight. So he was sleeping on the hospital floor, training during the day, trying to keep it together for his family. But what he says, it's really moving, but what he sort of says at the end is Athena's strength in fighting back, like fighting for her life, gave him, you know, strength to fight for his fight.
Should you really be reading this?
Don't worry, I've read so many horror stories now about maternity and babies and things. I'm used to it, don't worry.
Oh, see,
thank you.
No, because it worries me when very pregnant ladies reading these horror stories about what can happen. It's like, look on the positive.
I know. No, I'm one of those people that feels better for reading the bad stuff, so...
OK. OK. Short music. Jerry Lee Lewis.
Yep.
Wild
one of the
man
legends.
of rock.
Well, he is indeed, but one of the legends, when you think with Johnny Cash and Chuck Berry and Elvis and Little Richard, and he was a legend. Musically, you cannot fault him. He was exciting, it was fabulous. But, you know, he had to flee the country in May, I think it was 1958, when they found out he was married to his 13-year-old first cousin. He was wild. 7 wives. I'd love to know if he's left any money.
The alimony must be huge.
Yeah, the alimony must, but the repeats fees, or whatever you call them in the music business. I mean, there's so many famous tunes from him.
But it's amazing. Great Balls of Fire. I was just going to jump on here then and sing it, but I would knock everything flying. So I won't do it. But he is a legend, and everybody, the Rolling Stones and Elton John, everybody's been putting on social media their photos with him.
Oh, he inspired a whole generation.
I never met him. I was one of the I never met him. Can't even speak now.
No.
But
it's one of your regrets.
That's the word, regrets with the pumpkin gnocchi.
Yeah. Oh, well, how we go from that to Suella Braverman, I don't know. But she's in the I mean, she's proving to be controversial.
She is controversial. Well, so basically, this is just a story about what she's done in the first 5-6 weeks that she's been the Home Secretary. And it's about how...
a mini holiday in between.
With a mini holiday in between, let's call it that. But this is about how multiple government sources have told the Times that she blocked the transfer of thousands of migrants in a processing centre at Manston Airport, which directly led to an outbreak of diphtheria and scabies. So the reason it's important to bring this story up is that she's letting her ideology get in the way of her humanity, in my opinion, because she's so determined to cap the number of migrants, to kind of like control what they're doing. She'd asked for their movements be tracked, with them to have tags on, like they were criminals. I mean, they don't have to wear them. I just think the fact that she had been advised by her civil servants to move these people because they were at risk of disease, and then it happened anyway, is just evidence that she's not listening to the people that are doing the research for it. I mean, the whole point of having civil servants is to take their advice. They spend hours researching things, so you don't have to as a minister.
But could she have moved them anyway? Because the place is crowded to the point of at least 100% more people than should be.
Well, she could have moved them to hotels. The reason she didn't do it is because of how much money it's costing the country.
Well, is that not fair enough?
Well, it's not fair enough if you have, no, I know you shouldn't have an outbreak of diphtheria, but...
And the hotels, as you say, are costing a great deal of money. Once again, coming out of...
Well, even the accommodation that we're providing at the moment is costing
$8 million a day.
Yeah. I mean, it's just crazy, isn't it?
Well, we've got an exclusive report about Manston, actually, from Mark White, which we're playing every hour, so you can get more details on that, if you so wish. Fireworks, Pete, in the Express. Now, this one always...
It's a minefield.
Well, it is, because I don't mind... I mean, I've always had pets and always had fireworks, and none of my pets have ever bothered.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but fireworks are getting louder and louder and louder. I was at a house a couple of years ago, and some fireworks went off on one of these big displays, and 2 paintings fell off the wall, and the house was away from the house because of the vibration. Now, what they're saying is so many animals are suffering, and I didn't know that fireworks are allowed 365 days a year for 16 hours a day, every day. It's legal. You can have that. I'm disappointed that Liverpool and a few places up north are cancelling their firework displays this year because of cost. I understand about the cost, but I also think it's a great system to have.
To keep it in one place.
To keep it in one place, and then at least you know where they are. You're pulling your face, Stephen.
Yeah,
why?
I don't like it.
No,
you like fireworks in the garden?
I like fireworks in the garden. It's what we always did, and it's what we still always do. Get a few fireworks.
I understand that. I come from that school of the fireworks, but it's the noise of the fireworks now. These industrial fireworks are absolutely ridiculous.
Yes,
and they're
I mean, gone
frightening.
are the days you used to let off little ones in the garden that were, a whopper was about 9 inches tall. Now they're these enormous great things. Terrify you. They're the size of dustbins.
Well, yeah, but they're multiple ones, aren't
I
they?
know, but they're still terrifying.
But the thing is, haven't we invented something better, which is these amazing drone light displays? I don't know if you've seen those. They're absolutely
amazing,
incredible, and they're silent and they don't harm pets. I feel like it's time to move on. I love the smell of fireworks. I love bonfire
I love
night,
the smell
Northern.
of fireworks. Yes.
But
No,
maybe it's time to move on.
Let's have totally silent. We don't sit there and
don't
you can have music. You can have music soundtracks.
Throw the potatoes in the bonfire afterwards, and you came home with black teeth. Because they tasted great. By the way, can I put an appeal out? I'm going home on my Avanti train. There's chaos because there's train work. But what would be nice is to have the toilets working. 9 carriages yesterday, 1 toilet for 9 carriages, and they had to have a pit stop at Rugby for people to use the toilet. Please, Avanti.
Ridiculous.
Please. Toilets. Old people need toilets.
That's very bad, actually.
That's
very
appalling.
But no, let us know what you're going to do with your firework displays. Actually, I haven't bought any yet, so we do need to buy some. But I've never had a problem with a pet. Always keep them in.
So you two are going to sit there with your sparklers?
You're a grown man with your husband, and you're going to sit there and let off little fireworks in the garden.
Oh, cattle and wheels and all sorts of things.
You two with sparklers.
Oh,
the sparklers. It's about the rockets and all that.
I'm terrified of fireworks. Absolutely terrified. I've always watched from inside. Yeah.
Oh, and we'll have a big fire, and we'll sort
You'll have a bonfire.
Yeah, we'll have a bonfire, and we'll have like a sort of burger and chips outside in the cold around the bonfire.
That must be a big house if you've got a bonfire in the garden.
Well, he's got a barbecue now. You can build it on the barbecue, can't you?
You could do it on the barbecue.
Build it on the barbie.
Yeah.
I'll have a bonfire on my balcony.
I don't understand fireworks at all. I think they should all be banned.
Oh,
yeah.
No.
There you go.
I'm quite a fan. I like them. But anyway, let us know what you think.
Yeah.
All right, let's have a look. Let's bring it... actually, no, we'll talk about clothes, Nikki, in the Mail. How many clothes have you got in your wardrobe?
Lots, but not enough, because you reminded me that I was wearing the same dress for the week, so I've been shopping.
You have been.
But I've got an excuse, but nothing fits because I'm pregnant. But this is actually really shocking. It says that we've almost £800 worth of unworn clothes in our wardrobes.
I've got more than that.
But 1 in 3 of us intend to buy even more.
What about stuff you've never worn?
Yeah, we've tagged on it still.
You're joking.
I haven't got stuff with...
Me too.
Well, maybe I've got one thing with it.
Most women have a fat wardrobe, a thin wardrobe,
That's
and a
true,
me
Anne, yeah.
wardrobe. Yes, absolutely.
That's true.
You have clothes that you aspire to get into one day, clothes that you did used to wear and probably never will again, but you can't bear to get rid of them.
You can't let go.
And then you have another staple wardrobe of the stuff that you wear.
Isn't that interesting? Liberace, when he was alive, had his suits made in 3 sizes because his weight fluctuated.
Yeah.
Always had 3 different suits.
Wow.
I've got a big wardrobe, but I keep my stuff from the old days and bring it back in, and people say, where did you get that? And I said, I've had that for 20 years.
Me too.
I look after everything. Everything.
You know this jumper that you've been saying you like
which I
so much,
love. It's camp, I'd wear it.
40 years old.
Is it really?
Yeah, I wore that on breakfast telly 40 years ago.
Did you?
Wow.
Well, I never
I
did.
know, isn't it
It's
crazy?
worn well.
Yeah, it's worn very well.
No, it's because you look after the stuff.
Yes, you do.
Because you appreciate,
If you
because
love
we're
it.
from a school
Yeah.
where you appreciated what you had.
I'll tell you what,
Doesn't stop me buying more, though.
No.
I've never, ever bought something and then not worn it.
I've not.
It's
No,
shocking.
I'm with you on that.
And also buying stuff and then not returning it and then just putting it in the bin.
Left with it.
Putting it in the bin, this
But
report says. Brand new clothes.
As Anne just said, how many people are watching now who's bought something that they can't get in?
Yeah.
And they buy it ready to
I'm
get
going
into
to
it,
get-
but
yeah,
they
you
never
think,
do
I'm
get
going to
it.
wear that on Christmas Day.
Yes,
I've just got to lose a couple of stone.
Christmas best.
Yeah. Oh.
Sunday best. Now you're going down another road.
I tell you what you should do. If you can't take it back because you've had it too long, get it on eBay or what's the other one?
Well, you know what they do.
But that requires a sense of organisation.
You know what a lot of ladies do? They'll go to somewhere like Marks and Spencer's, get an outfit, wear it, take it back the next day.
No.
Oh,
No.
take it back the next... Yes, absolutely.
it's very
take
well
it back
known.
the next day. So they've worn it, they've had the fun, get something else. Oh, this... I've watched them do it. I did a programme on it. I could not believe it.
Oh, that's terrible.
I've never
I know.
done that.
Oh. Well, waste of money, though, especially at the minute. Well,
Yeah.
it's like it's the equivalent of going down the back of the sofa and seeing how many pound coins you can find.
Yes,
I
we
don't
should
know.
all
20
go
quid
through our
or something, wasn't
wardrobes
it?
and sell the
We
stuff.
talked about it the other week.
Yeah.
If you haven't worn it for a year, you're probably not going to.
That's
so
true. You've got
get
to
rid
just
of it.
accept it and move on.
I did all the firework displays in Sefton Park. I worked up there as hosting it, and I'd do a Mexican wave, which was ridiculous because it was pitch black and I don't know whether they were doing it or not.
See the sparkles.
Bit stupid.
They would if they were held.
But I will never forget you and your fella with the sparklers in your garden with the bonfire. I need to talk to you about that off air.
Yeah.
Talking of which,
We'll need a picture.
Let's talk Halloween, should we? And the fact you've got your mask on already, Pete, is right?
I'll give you that one.
Yeah,
I'll give
all
you that one. This is great, actually, because, you know, lots of people do Christmas demonstrations in their house and everything. There's a few up north. But this guy's raised £2,700 in 3 days, which is great. And that was for a children's hospice. And he spends all year doing it. And it's Dad's House of Horrors. And it's real scream. And he's now got...
But do people get paid to come round it, then?
They pay to come round, and they've got a spider, which is a £1,000 spider, and he builds all these things, and he spends so long doing it, and it brings a bit of joy to people. And this is better than the Christmas light decorations because it's not costing him
Low
as
energy.
much.
Yeah.
Where is he?
Where is he? Don't know.
Oh.
Don't know, sorry. Don't know.
Somewhere.
Where are you? He's a carpenter. Halloween House. It's got the Halloween House of Horrors is a carpenter called Kieran King, and it's spookily good. And it's really a great idea.
Well, Kieran, wherever you are, Kieran King, well done to you. So you raise a bit more money as well for that. It's a lot of effort.
Doesn't say, does it?
It doesn't say where he is.
Glad.
Oh, well,
No, in Gillingham in Kent.
there we go.
Gillingham in Kent. That's his lovely house of horrors.
Well, if you're in the area, find him somehow and go and pop round.
Yeah, and support the cause.
Hasn't Halloween become huge now?
Big thing.
It was never anything.
Never, no. We've gone American on it, haven't we?
Yeah, it was always turnip lanterns and bobbing for apples. That was it back in my day.
Yes.
Oh, I've got a story about bobbing apples, but I couldn't tell you. It's very rude.
You've got so many stories you can't tell. What's the point?
We've got a lot of stories. Look, thank you. It's been great to see you both this morning. Thank you very much indeed.
Shall we bring you up to date with the headlines right now? Railway staff in Scotland are staging a 24-hour walkout amidst ongoing disputes over pay. Bosses are warning that passengers should expect widespread disruption across the country, and ScotRail says the latest offer would have seen the lowest paid staff receive a basic pay increase of almost 7.5%.
Russia has declared the end of the Ukraine mobilisation campaign. The defence minister told President Putin that the target of calling up 300,000 people has now been completed. But Volodymyr Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, says he doubts that Moscow is finished with calling up soldiers.
And a Royal Navy warship has caught a boat carrying £24 million worth of cocaine in the Caribbean. More than 400 kilograms of drugs were seized from the vessel. 3 crew members were detained before it was then destroyed.
Going out with a bang, that boat.
Certainly did. That's the way to do it.
Bit of target practice with the boys and girls on that ship. Good on them, I say.
Nobody was hurt, but 3 arrested.
3 taken off, and then they blew it up. Brilliant.
Quite right, too.
Now, thousands of people are going to take to the streets in cities across the UK today, apparently, in what they're calling the March of the Mummies. It's a protest targeting government reform on childcare, parental leave and flexible working.
Protesters are being encouraged to dress up whilst marching, with more than 10,000 expected to join the 11 national demonstrations.
Well, joining us now is one of the organisers, Jolie Brearley. Good to see you this morning.
Good morning.
What are you marching about, then?
Well, we're marching for government reform on childcare, flexible working and parental leave. Mothers are just furious. We've had enough. We feel like we are being set up to fail. We have the second most expensive childcare system in the developed world in the UK. We have a parental leave scheme that pays just 47% of the national minimum wage, meaning that many babies are being born into poverty, or mothers are being forced to return to work well before they're ready. Dads only get 2 weeks paternity leave and are not encouraged to take any longer, and 1 in 4 don't even take their 2 weeks. And we had a government manifesto pledge that flexible working would become the default, and we haven't seen that happen, that materialise. And, you know, parents need some form of flexibility in the workplace to be able to manage their unpaid labour and their paid labour, and yet only 10% of jobs are advertised as part-time. So we just feel like everything is against us. You know, families need 2 incomes in order to survive, and yet we've got this structure that means that many mothers are either unable to work or they're being forced to work fewer hours than they would like to.
I just know that there are people watching at the moment who will say, if you want to have children, you've got to understand it. Why should the government support you just because you chose to be a parent?
And we hear that a lot. The reason why we should all care about this is because investing in families is an investment in the economy. We keep hearing about growth from politicians, but you can't have growth unless you liberate the power and the skills of women. We are 50% of the labour market. And we know, if we look at countries, say, like Canada, they've just invested $30 billion in their childcare sector, and they've not done this out of the goodness of their hearts. They've done it because they crunched the numbers and they found that for every dollar you invest in childcare, you get between $1.50 and $2.80 back into the wider economy. Investing in childcare is an investment in the economy.
Well, it may be. You know, I haven't seen the figures. It may be. However, now's not the time you're going to get any investment, is it? I mean, look at what we're facing.
Well, we understand that Rishi Sunak is under an enormous amount of pressure. We realise he's an ambitious Prime Minister, And we really want him to be ambitious for women too. We want him to realise that if he doesn't act soon, we're going to see more and more women leaving the labour market right in the middle of a skills crisis. You know, companies are crying out for talented people, and yet we've got at least 870,000 highly skilled women who are stay-at-home mums. They don't want to be, they want to be working. And they could do so much for our economy if we created the system that works for them.
Should it be the government that is doing something about childcare, or should it be employers? I mean, if we want to get women back into the workplace once they've had their baby, maybe, or while they're pregnant, surely it should be up to the private companies, the employers, to provide that incentive to get that workforce back into their workplace, and maybe not the governments, particularly at the moment.
And we have seen companies take some action on this, because really savvy companies can see that if they enable parents to return to work after they've had a baby, that it's really good for the company, because, you know, you get all these talented women in particular back, and you retain them, actually, if you do build the system that works for them. But not enough are doing it. And, of course, smaller employers can't afford to create those provisions. And actually, we are way behind other countries on this, way, way behind. As a proportion of GDP, we invest very little in children before the age of 5. It's about 0.4% of GDP. And so why not copy what other countries have done, look at the evidence where they have reaped the benefits of investing in childcare?
Do you know, the one thing that bothers me, and I say this as someone who is not a parent compared to someone who clearly is, and Anne's who's had 5 babies, I mean, I feel slightly underqualified. However, I do sort of think, does it not feel a little bit like the stay-at-home mum is being frowned upon, looked down on a little bit? Well, if you're not going out to her, what are you doing?
I don't feel that that's what we are saying or anybody else is saying. Stay-at-home parents should absolutely be valued.
It's whether you can afford to be a stay-at-home parent.
Exactly. It's firstly whether you can afford it, because as we know now, you really do need 2 incomes in a household in order to keep a roof over your head and food on the table. And so, you know, you've got to enable parents to work, but also many mums want to work. You know, we have dreams too. And so if you create a structure so women are forced to stay at home, they're going to be miserable and they're going to be depressed. And so the kids are going to be miserable and depressed. So it's about choice, really. It's about creating an environment where women really do have choice. They're not forced to stay at home if they don't want to, or if they need to be at work.
And if I were Rishi Sunak, I'd say I probably can't afford to give you that choice at the moment. It's a luxury we cannot afford.
But, you know, as I keep saying, it's an investment. It will. We've seen a mass exodus of women from the workforce. We've seen a big increase of women who are of childbearing age, who have young children, suddenly leaving the workforce, particularly in the last year. And that's because we've seen a big increase in childcare costs. We've seen a big decrease in childcare availability. Is that what we want? Do we want to push women out of the workforce? What would that do to our economy? It would break it, it would crash it, as well as crashing families who can't afford to survive. So, you know, he's got to act decisively and he's got to act soon, because otherwise we will see child poverty increase and we will see families on the streets. And this is good for our economy.
Look, really good to talk to you this morning. Hope the protests go well. Hope the numbers turn out for you. Thank you very much indeed.
Thanks for having me.
Good weather for protesting today. I think the weather's going to be quite mild and warm.
I hope so.
Yeah.
It's raining on the drive-in, though.
That's the first time this morning I have ever come into GB News when it's been raining.
I was thinking exactly the same thing.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
Does that show how dry, you know, how much we need rain at the moment? But it's really unusual, that.
Even when it's raining on the way down, it's only stopped by the time we get to London. But anyway. Talking of money, as we were talking about with money there, Michael says, instead of punishing the struggling working class, why not stop MPs' expenses, stop second taxpayer-funded homes? They use their positions as MPs to get lucrative second jobs, and they do get second jobs. The second homes, I think they can only rent them now. And the expenses, it's office staff and things. I know you see the expenses claims of, you know, £100,000, whatever, but that's paying for the office staff, a lot of it.
Yes, it's not expenses like a cup of tea and a packet of biscuits.
No.
Not quite the same.
Look, we've got much more to come for you in the next hour, so don't go anywhere, including more of your angry and judgmental dogs.
Good morning, I'm Stephen Keats with your latest Met Office forecast. And through today we're going to see an area of rain pushing its way north across parts of the UK. Either side of it there will be some brighter skies, and whether it's cloudy and damp or sunny, it will be feeling pretty warm for the time of year. And that's because we've got the winds coming up from the south around this area of low pressure out in the Atlantic, but they'll also be dragging up a series of frontal systems which will be bringing those areas of cloud and rain. So first thing this morning, it's going to be pretty damp across parts of Wales, northern England. This rain slowly shuffling its way a bit further north into southern Scotland, eventually into central Scotland later in the day. Meanwhile, further south, for the eastern side of England, it will be brightening up into Saturday afternoon. Just the odd shower, but some warm sunshine coming through, but a hangback of cloud hanging on across parts of Wales and southwest England with a few further showers. In that sunshine, though, temperatures above 20 Celsius, peaking perhaps 22 or 23 in the London area, really quite exceptional for the time of year. Now, the rain through this evening will be pushing its way further north across parts of Scotland. So after a dry day, it will be turning damp here through the later evening into the overnight period. Elsewhere, though, there'll be clearance in the cloud. There'll be some clear spells to take us through into Sunday morning. But for the far southeast, the cold front just pepping up a little bit. Some splashes of rain returning back here and one or two showers coming into the west. But again, wherever you are, it will be another very mild night to take us into Sunday morning. So for Sunday, the far southeast and East Anglia prone to seeing further areas of cloud and some bits and pieces of rain. Some uncertainties of how far west this rain extends. Elsewhere, though, across the UK, it will be, broadly speaking, a picture of sunshine and showers. Some of these showers quite heavy, potentially with the risk of some hail and thunder from northern and western areas, and quite breezy and blustery in the west as well. Elsewhere, though, some sunshine coming through. Not quite as warm as it was as it will be on Saturday, but still temperatures very respectable for the time of year. Bit of uncertainty then as we move from Sunday into Monday. The devil in the detail for the Halloween forecast, it has to be said. Staying quite unsettled into next week, and temperatures slowly coming back down closer to the seasonal norm. Take care.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and TuneIn apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
I'm Mark White. As GB News Home and Security Editor, I cover those key issues that are so important to you. Our authorities, our communities doing all they can to combat violent crime. With the public services under unbearable strain, why are we still failing to control our borders? Defence, the first priority of any government, has been continually hollowed out. Can we trust our politicians to protect the armed forces? Join me, Mark White, on GB News.
Join me, Nana Akua, on Friday, Saturday and Sunday afternoons on GB News. Expect fiery debate and passionate discussion as me and my panel tackle some of the biggest topics hitting the headlines. It's a place for everyone's opinion. No one gets cancelled, but no one gets an easy ride.
Oh, she's on it today!
Be ready for conversations that are fierce, frank, and of course, fun. Every Friday, Saturday and Sunday afternoon from 4 p.m. on GB News.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
The national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here. You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
Every Saturday at 2 o'clock, join me, Darren Grimes, for Real Britain. I'm not afraid to give you a platform and say it how it is.
Come on, make the case. Something like this is very, very important to people.
And we're always up for a laugh on this show.
God, honestly, you'd think there were no problems in the world.
Real Britain, every Saturday on GB News.
On the Mark Steyn Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flop at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Steyn Show.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
to each and every one of you
for helping our great nation
find its voice.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Across England, Scotland,
Wales and Northern Ireland.
On TV,
on radio
and online.
We're proud to be the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Rishi Sunak drops the pledge to fine patients who miss doctors' appointments.
Good morning, it's 9 o'clock, it's Saturday the 29th of October and this is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
And we're live across the whole of the UK on both your TV and your radio. Wherever you are, you can take us with you. So here are the top stories for you this morning.
Well, the Prime Minister has scrapped his pledge to charge people for missing GP appointments. During the summer's Conservative leadership contest, Mr Sunak pledged to introduce a £10 fine for repeat offenders.
A source at the Manston base in Kent claims that violence, disease and attempts at self-harm are a daily occurrence at the facility. Our Home and Security editor Mark White has an exclusive report for us coming up in a few moments.
And the one that's got you going on the emails this morning, do you feel your pet judges you? Research from Japan says that they do. We'll tell you more and bring you pictures of your pets in a few minutes.
And as ever, you can join in any of our discussions, and there's still time to take a photo of your judgmental dog, please. Send it to gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Now, a whistleblower at a troubled asylum processing centre in Kent has told GB News the government's not acknowledging the true extent of the crisis there.
The source at the Manston military base claims violence, disease and attempts at self-harm are happening on a daily basis.
Well, the processing centre only meant to hold asylum seekers for about 24 hours before being transferred to longer-term accommodation, but many have apparently been there for weeks in really unsuitable living conditions.
Our Home and Security editor Mark White has this exclusive report.
The situation inside this asylum processing centre is deteriorating rapidly, according to one man who works here. We're protecting his identity, but this whistleblower told us officials are not acknowledging the true extent of the crisis here.
Incidents are being brushed under the carpet and not taken seriously. Weapons that have been found include knuckle dusters, knives, makeshift weapons that could slash or stab people.
He also said some of those employed to guard the base were later revealed to have no right to work in the UK. The Home Office told us they're not aware of anyone employed at the base who didn't have a right to work there. The processing centre is only supposed to hold asylum seekers for no more than 24 hours before they're then farmed out to hotels and other longer-term, more suitable accommodation. But the numbers arriving by small boat far outstrip the base's processing capabilities.
Senior management don't have plans to move them out. Their solution is to bail them onto the site. They've breached detention laws and human rights. When someone is detained, they should be reviewed every 24 hours. This has not been done at all.
He told us some people have been there for over a month, adding to the mounting tensions and worsening conditions at the base.
Diphtheria has been confirmed, as has strep throat, sandflies and fleas throughout the tents. Migrants pelted staff with water bottles, injuring one member of staff. Migrants have self-harmed and one attempted to hang himself. Most staff aren't trained to deal or cope with this.
We need to process applications here when people do arrive in this country much more quickly. Wherever you look with this government, it's a story of failure and lack of leadership.
The whistleblower said staff at Manston have also now been told to classify those at the base as arriving passengers and not illegal entrants. He fears it will only be a matter of time before there is serious disorder here.
Critical incidents have been declared. There are regular escape attempts, sit-down protests, threats of a dirty protest, fighting amongst migrants and assaults on staff.
A Home Office spokesperson said the record numbers arriving by small boat continue to put the asylum system under incredible pressure, but Manston remains resourced and equipped to process migrants. Alternative accommodation will be provided as soon as possible. Mark White, GB News.
Well, let's talk to Mark, who joins us live now. Mark, what's the latest on this whole situation, the ongoing migration crisis?
Yes, it is a daily occurrence, and breaking news this morning, we're getting reports that UK authorities are responding to multiple small boat sightings in the English Channel again. We've had fairly inconsistent weather over the last week, but every time there's a lull in weather conditions and it's just about passable, then you get a surge. We're told that up to 9 small boats have been spotted in the English Channel, lifeboats and Border Force vessels responding to those sightings. A source, our fixer down in Kent, reporting that would be upwards of about 400 people coming across this morning alone. So you can see where the problem at Manston is, because this processing centre, according to the government, on an average day will process 170 migrants through that processing centre before they're then farmed out to hotels and other longer term accommodation. And the source, actually, the whistleblower, told me that it's nowhere near 170. They're lucky if they can process 100 people on any given day. So when, on today, you get 400 people who are coming across, you can see how the numbers are building up at Manston, and it's just deteriorating on a daily basis.
And Mark, if it wasn't for the whistleblower that's talking to you, would we know any of this?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've been aware of growing problems at Manston. The Independent Chief Inspector of Borders said earlier this week that he'd paid a visit to Manston on Monday and had been left speechless by the conditions there. Now, the fact is that the conditions are so appalling because this was never meant to be an accommodation centre. Effectively, if you land on a small boat, Border Force or lifeboat take you ashore, then you're taken to Manston really to get your details taken, fingerprints, biometric details, as much information as you can glean about who you are, where you've come from, etc. Then once these details have been taken and you've been checked medically, etc., you're then put into that sort of interim accommodation, which is, as we know, many thousands of hotel rooms right across the country. But because of the sheer numbers involved, they can't process them in the hours, 24 hours a maximum processing time they're supposed to have at Manston, and instead some have been in there for up to a month. They're in big marquees, sleeping on cardboard on the floor. Now, many of our audience might not have huge sympathy for these people there, but the fact that they are in these conditions is leading to tension, and it's leading to fights. Again, last night we're told that there was a sit-down protest there, that staff at Manston were assaulted, including one guard who was bitten. So you can see where this is heading, the possibility of some very serious disorder in the days and weeks ahead. Like we saw at Napier Barracks about a year or so ago during the height of COVID, when hundreds of migrants were being held at that particular facility in pretty appalling conditions. They rioted and set fire to the barracks.
OK. Mark, for now, thanks very much indeed.
Now let's look towards Russia and the Ukraine, because we're told that Russia is ending its call-up of reservists to fight in Ukraine. Reports from Moscow claims that it's drafted 300,000 people in a month to support the troops, but now they're going to end that policy, which of course caused an awful lot of people to try and flee the country.
Well, meanwhile, Vladimir Putin may be ready to risk another world war. Well, we've heard it before, of course, but this time that's coming from Nikita Khrushchev's great-granddaughter, who issued the warning after Russia's leader joked about the prospect of nuclear Armageddon.
Well, joining us now is somebody who's experienced this sort of thing before, actually. He's the former UK ambassador to Moscow, Sir Roderick Braithwaite. It's lovely that you came in the studio. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah, when I say you've sort of been through this before, you lived through the Cuban Missile Crisis.
I did. I went into the Foreign Office during that week, wondering if I'd ever see my family again. So that was a serious crisis.
I mean, you must have thought in those times, I've always looked at movies about it and thought how terrifying it must have been, because it was a very real prospect of old-fashioned nuclear war, you know, enormous missiles being launched from each side of the globe at each other, where we would all die.
I think old-fashioned is perhaps the wrong word. Nobody'd ever done that before. But one of the things...
Old-fashioned to us now, I mean.
Okay. But one of the things that we've learned since then, only after the Cold War was over, was that we were much closer to it than we realised even at the time. The Russians had got nuclear weapons ready to fire on Cuba, which would have destroyed Guantanamo if the Americans had invaded, which, up until the last minute, the American military wanted to do. They had submarines armed with nuclear torpedoes, and they were readying their missiles which could hit America's cities. So it was actually very, very close.
Which is hugely worrying, and you can't help but wonder if we're going to look back at this in another 30 or 40 years and realise we're perhaps much closer now than we hope we are.
Well, I hope if we do look back at it in 40 years' time, it means it didn't happen. So that
well, yes, that's true.
That's the first
well,
thing.
I've always clung on to that as, you know, thank goodness the human sensibilities prevailed. But you do wonder, don't you? I mean, Khrushchev, probably a more reasonable man than Putin.
Well, Khrushchev was a very erratic man, and he got us all into that crisis, and then he had the sense to get us out again. I think that the point is that actually everybody is terrified by these things. The Russians are just as terrified as we are. When Putin makes these gestures, of course, he knows perfectly well that if he fired a rocket at America, the Americans could finish off Russia in a matter of minutes. So both sides know that. The generals know that. The politicians know that. The trouble is, of course, that, first of all, accidents happen. I mean, during the Cuba crisis, the American screens saw missiles heading towards America. They lost a bomber, a reconnaissance airplane over Siberia in the middle of the crisis. All sorts of things can go wrong that weren't intended, and that can trigger something. And then the gadgets themselves go wrong. I mean, the missiles go off in the wrong direction. And so that's, I think, the real danger is the accidents rather than a deliberate determination by Putin to use nuclear war. I think, unless he actually is mad, which I don't think he is, and I think he's surrounded by people who are sane anyway, I think that's the most unlikely scenario.
Is it problematic for us in terms of this? I mean, at the beginning of all this, there was actually a fair amount of criticism of NATO, and perhaps, you know, understandably so. Has there been a sense throughout all of this that we haven't fully understood the Russian psyche and the Russian history, and perhaps they haven't understood ours either?
Well, I think it's true that we haven't understood the Russian history. Russia, I don't think, is a very difficult place to understand, and I don't think Putin's a very difficult man to understand. But, of course, you have to go into the facts in order to do that. And I think we've failed to understand the whole why Putin is obsessed by Ukraine as... I mean, he's not alone. He didn't invent this obsession. He's weaponized it and carried it to an absurd extreme. But many, many Russians would agree with his view of history that Ukraine is naturally a brother nation. It's naturally part of Russia. What's going on is what a lot of Russians think. Even as the Cold War ended, while I was still in Moscow, I've documented it in my diary. I telephoned the Foreign Office to say, you know, this Ukraine business is really serious. This is January 1992. There could be war between Russia and Ukraine. And the man at the other end of the phone said, really? And I said, well, I'm exaggerating for the sake of effect, but you really do need to take this seriously. and we didn't. Now, you talked about Western policy, and Western policy is often not very well judged, to put it mildly, and we did a lot of silly things after the Second World War, after the end of the Cold War, as we did after the end of the First World War. And Putin now makes that an excuse for his invasion, but it isn't, you know. It was Putin and Putin alone who decided to attack Ukraine. Whatever fools the West made of themselves by the Russian view enlarging NATO, which they deeply resent, the fact is that it was Putin who decided to do what he did. And to blame the West for this war in Ukraine is rather like blaming France and Germany for the fact that Hitler attacked Poland in 1939. We were, of course, incompetent in Munich and elsewhere, but it was Hitler who chose to send the troops in. And I think the responsibility has to be put where it belongs.
So is there anyone who can talk to Putin from our side to just quell things down, like what happened actually in the Cuban Missile Crisis, we're told? Or is that just impossible?
No, I don't think it's impossible. And I think that, I'm a former diplomat, so I'm sort of biased. I know most people despise diplomacy and diplomats, but the fact is that you do need people to talk to one another. During the Cuban Missile Crisis, luckily, they found ways of what I call negotiating around the end of the table, getting through to the other side. And, you know, there have been conversations quite recently between senior Russians and senior Americans, and that's because actually both sides are frightened of this getting out of control.
Well, I mean, but in a way that's quite reassuring, isn't it, to realise they're as frightened as we are and that those back channels are open?
Well, the back channels were closed down, of course, when Putin went on the rampage. And in my view, again, as a professional bias, I think it's always a mistake to close down back channels because you never know when you're going to...
When you're going to really need them.
But I think, and of course I don't know any of the background now, I know what I read in the newspapers. But nevertheless, I strongly suspect, and hints come out, that there are discussions always being carried or being prepared or being evaluated. And that's the hope that some way will be found through this.
How, even if that were the case and somebody is reasoning with Putin and his advisors, if he wanted to back down, he couldn't be seen to, could he? So how could he get out of it?
Well, of course, he's pasted himself into a corner. And I think then you have to look at something else, which is Putin himself is in a very awkward, he got himself into a really awkward position. The war was originally popular in Russia because they thought, this is ridiculous, this Ukraine stuff, and somebody ought to do something about it, and now Putin's doing something about it. But that's, of course, faded as the realities of the war come home, and the conscription and so on. And so that Putin is in this corner, but a lot of other people around him are beginning to think, well, when this guy goes, he's 70 now, he's been there 22 years. When he goes, which must be fairly soon, where are we going to be? What's our future? And they will, I'm sure, I mean, I've no evidence at all, this is just arguing, as it were, from first principles. I'm sure that people around him will be beginning to think, well, how are we going to get ourselves out of this? Let's not worry about Putin, that's his problem.
I wonder if you've just passed me the book that you've written, which I listen to a lot of sort of Cold War dramas and things, you know, and I was wondering if that would give me a bit of an idea into these. But when you look at myths and realities, I wonder if should this be... I mean, how much of this is going to be relevant to what is going on today? Should the diplomats of today be reading this to get some ideas?
Well, you asked me, I wrote it.
Well, I know, but, you know...
Of course they should. But, I mean, the point is in the title, and there's a subtitle which comes inside the book, The History of a Country with an Unpredictable Past. I mean, the whole question...
An unpredictable past?
Yeah. That's a Russian joke, they say. Yeah. The point about myths and realities, all of us, you know, the great British myth, who won the war anyway, Dunkirk, all that stuff, you know, the Empire. We have our myths, and they affect the way we behave. They affect the way our politics works. And the same is true in all countries, and it's very true in Russia. I mean, the Russians have lots of myths, and the thing about myths is they're not entirely untrue, but they've been romanticised and weaponised and exploited in order to explain all these things that have happened to us and to justify the politics, the policies that our leaders try to execute. So I think it's quite important with all countries, but this one's about Russia, to distinguish what are the myths, what are the realities, and what is the interaction between them. And I think you can do that. I don't think that's impossible. I don't think Russia is a mystery wrapped in an enigma or whatever Churchill said it was. And Churchill, everybody always forgets, he ended up, but I think there's a key to this mystery, and it's Russian national interest. And that's actually where he started from. He didn't just surrender and say this is just too difficult. He then went on to look for a solution.
Did you like Moscow? Did you like living there?
I liked, it's a funny thing. I mean, terrible things happen in Russia. And of course, you've got this climate and so on. And the Russians can be exceptionally difficult people, but I did like it. And I liked we had lots of Russian friends. We traveled a lot around the country. And it's a tremendous place in all sorts of ways and very, very different from the home counties.
I'll bet.
It is.
Yes.
Sir Roderick, really good to see you this morning. It's great to have someone with your experience on as we discuss all these matters. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
Well, still to come for you this morning. It's a bit of a gear change, quite literally.
Oh,
from
very
that.
good.
Do you remember your very first car? Was it a Fiesta by any chance?
Could have been. More on this after the break.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
To each and every one of you.
for helping our great nation.
Find its voice.
we're absolutely everywhere.
Across England, Scotland,
Wales and Northern Ireland.
On TV.
on radio,
And online.
We're proud to be the People's Channel, Britain's
News channel.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debates, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh, my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
On the Mark Steyn Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flop at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Steyn Show.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Hello, I'm Alastair Stewart, and I'd invite you to join me at noon on Saturdays and Sundays for Alastair Stewart and Friends. I've been in this business for over 40 years. Now, here at GB News, I've never been happier. I get to choose the big stories that really interest me. We hear what you have to say, and you hear what I have to say. I really hope you can join me, noon on Saturdays and Sundays.
I'm Mark Dolan. Join me at 11 on GB News for Headliners, in which I'll be joined by two of the UK's top comedians discussing tomorrow's papers. If it's an important story, we'll cover it, but we'll have some fun along the way. Headliners, the late night paper review that won't send you to sleep like the others will. 7 nights a week at 11 p.m. on GB News.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
9:24. Where's this morning gone?
It has shot by, hasn't it? I hope it has for you as well. Or whatever you've been doing and what you've got planned for today. Because it's Saturday and I think it's going to be quite warm in most places today.
Pumpkin picking for me today. I'm going to one of those pumpkin patch places, which I've never done before.
Are you going to get several and do carving? Or...
Do a couple, yeah. Yeah. I always said, I'm too old for this. It'd be full of kids. But then I was like, oh, why not?
Oh, throw yourself into it.
Live a little. Yeah. Get your wellies on, live a little.
Well, and then I'll tell you how to... Tomorrow, I'll experiment with this today and see if I can make pumpkin gnocchi. Gnocchi. Nice. But, I mean, gnocchi really isn't not so much about the gnocchi itself, it's about the sauce it's
about the sauce.
Yeah.
It's quite nice pan-fried.
It says just scatter over grated parmesan and a dusting of nutmeg.
Oh, there you go.
I think that would be a bit bland, wouldn't it?
Well, you never
I shall
know.
try it. Pumpkin gnocchi. I will do some research today.
Excellent. Now, after 46 years, one of Britain's favourite cars is being discontinued.
We can't believe it. Ford Motors announced this week that by the end of June 2023, they will have produced their last ever Fiesta. And they're going to move all their focuses now to electric cars instead.
Now, in response, some nostalgic Britons have been sharing their love of the Ford Fiesta, as Eddie Costello reports.
Once upon a time, there was a car. It wasn't a big car, not a fancy car, but a car for the people.
It's the end of the road for one of Britain's favourite cars. The Ford Fiesta will cease production next year. But for many people in Britain, the car evokes special memories.
When I was 5, 6 and living with my mum, who was a single parent at the time, couldn't afford much. So the option was a Ford Fiesta. And at the time they were peanuts and yeah, they were just economical, cheap to run, and it allowed her to do things that she wouldn't have been able to do if it wasn't for that car. So obviously learning to drive for the first time, buying my first ever new car was a Fiesta, meeting my girlfriend at the time, now fiancée, in a Fiesta with her Fiesta, and just, yeah, again, travelling around Europe in this as well.
And did you and your girlfriend, when you first met, did you bond over the fact you both had Fiestas?
Yes, it was actually at a car meet, and yeah, I actually I wouldn't have gone up if it wasn't for a friend at the time who also had a Fiesta. So yeah, I met her for the first time and we locked eyes and pretty much started talking straight away, and yeah.
So really your love story is down to the Ford Fiesta?
Yeah, it is, yeah. It's been a mate through my life, it really has, and I can't name any other car that would do that.
Ford says this move is about cost saving and the transition to electric vehicles. Erin Baker is from Auto Trader.
It's come as a bit of a shock to some, but the reasons for others are clear. Ford, like every other manufacturer out there, is having to pivot quite quickly to electric because 2030 is on the horizon, which is the cut-off date for sales of new petrol and diesel cars. So that's one big reason, and you know, Ford, along with everyone else, has to look at the viability of its small models, its petrol and diesel models, look at the profitability, and if there is any future for them. And I think they've decided with Fiesta, probably rightly, that there just isn't a profit there in the future.
As a self-confessed petrol head, Chris doesn't think this is the right move.
I don't think electric is the way forward. I think it's hydrogen or synthetic fuel, which has been already proven to be a great alternative to petrol.
Despite being adored by so many, after almost half a century, it's time to say a fond farewell to the Ford Fiesta. Ellie Costello, GB News.
Now, it's interesting that we blurred out the number plate of that car because we've got with us in the studio now somebody who can tell you the age of a car or when it was born or whatever just by looking at the first letter of the number plate. His director at Auto Trader, Nick King. Hello there, Nick. Hi.
Hello. Nice to see you.
Yeah, so you know everything about cars. The Ford Fiesta, massively successful model.
Yes.
Why would they be discontinuing it? Why don't they just modernise it?
Yes, well, brilliant question, and it's... The choice for people has changed. We want to drive SUVs now, slightly bigger cars, and they're higher up. And the reason you drive an SUV is because you get greater visibility and you feel a bit safer. But they're not that great. They're great cars, but they're nowhere near as good to drive as, and as Erin, our editorial director, would have said, a saloon, an estate car or a hatchback, because you're lower down, you have a lower centre of gravity. Lower centre of gravity, nicer and safer on the road. But SUVs are great cars, but as the demand changes, the manufacturers say, well, actually, we have to go with what people are looking for. Plus, we've had a whole load of supply issues, which everyone's talked about, microchips, wire looms, all the issues with the pandemic. And demand for smaller hatchbacks is sadly changing, and it's a real loss because...
But is it the sense partly that, I mean, maybe people are buying cars a little bit later, because money's tight, but it was... I mean, certainly where I'm from in the Northwest, it was the young person's. It was the first car.
It was the coming-of-age car, wasn't it?
It was, and actually that's interesting because, so Auto Trader gets loads of traffic. We have nearly 11 million people every month come to the site, and we can look at where people are searching because you put your postcode in, so we can see where you live. And actually, it's the South East, which is the biggest desirability for Fiestas.
Right.
It is prevalent everywhere. There's 108,000 adverts this year for Fiestas on Auto Trader. 108,000. The Golf has 86,000. The Focus 85,000. So it's a huge amount of numbers.
Outstrips even the Golf, which is another coming-of-age car.
Who hasn't heard of a Golf?
Yeah.
So the Fiesta launched in 1977, and it was going to be called the Bobcat. Quite a cool name. Yeah, it was actually called Project Bobcat.
Oh, I quite like that.
But it was built in Valencia. So Fiesta, the old canastas and it's a Spanish theme. So, and Fiesta is a nice, bright, sparky name for a car. So it was an exciting thing. And Ford have always used exciting Cortina, Sierra, Granada, all Spanishy sounding.
I've never even thought of that Spanish link.
Yeah. So it's so it was made in Valencia. It was also made in Dagenham. But it has been Britain's most popular car. I had an XR2, bought with a girlfriend, and actually my oldest friend Matthew and I hired an XR2, and we drove down to a wedding in Weymouth years ago, and we loved it because it was a little buzzy. It was actually one of the first hot hatches in the 80s.
Yeah.
Red braces. I didn't have red braces, but we did have the XR2, and we whizzed around and thought we're really cool. Mobile phones the size of bricks, those sort of things. So it's a real shame.
But that's the nice thing, and following on the back of Ellie's report, everyone, if you've had a Ford Fiesta, everyone's got a story.
Yes, that's it. Exactly.
Why are we so fond of our first cars, particularly?
It's a love affair, isn't it, if you're into cars? I mean, talking to a total petrol head, and even EV head, I mean, I love all cars, but it's once you've tried something, it's your escape to freedom. It's freedom. That's what it is. If you're lucky enough, your parents are lucky enough to have cars and they were the taxi, when you get your first car, you are free.
Yeah.
And it's like,
You're independent.
You're independent and you can go anywhere, anytime. That's the exciting thing about cars. And maybe that's why we fall in love with them.
What's going to take over the mantle then? Because, I mean, there might be this move towards SUVs, and obviously there's the electric side to look at and things and all the rest of it, but there's still going to be, unless there are others about, but, you know, there's room for a nippy little motor.
There are some smaller cars as well. You have the little VW Up, and there's Agos, and there are some C1s. There are still going to be baby cars around.
But they're not quite as sexy as a Fiesta.
Ah, there we are, you see. There we are, yeah. I mean, the latest Mark 7, you get 0 to 16 in 6.5 seconds. It's a proper fast little with lovely handling. What they are is they are fun to drive. They're really well built. My dad always used to say, you know, you don't buy the first version of the car that comes out. You wait for it to go through a few iterations because, of course, all the foibles are ironed out. And we're on Mark 7 of the Fiesta. Mark 7. Think about how many different versions.
Will the car's second-hand value go up then now?
Yeah, exactly. So it's suddenly, I mean, if anyone out there has got a Fiesta, look after it, put it in the garage, wrap it in cotton wool. Because if they're not making any more, of course, demand's going to go up. What we saw on Auto Trader, the day this announcement came out, which was just a couple of days ago this week, we saw a 9% increase in searches for Fiestas on Auto Trader. Bang.
Really?
There you go.
We saw that when the government said we're not going to be able to buy an internal combustion engine car in 2040, it's going to be 2035, we got a spike of activity. When they said it's going to be 2030, we got a much bigger spike. And when we had the petrol crisis last year in the southeast, the petrol stations running low, huge spike in people saying, right, I can't buy a petrol car, I better go and look for EVs.
Yeah.
So we are fuel sensitive as a nation, clearly.
Even more so now.
Even more so now. £2 a litre.
Yeah. Crazy, isn't it?
It's going back up again now.
I know. Well, it's demand. It's supply and demand, and everything going on, and what's going on in Russia, and there's too many variables. We have what's happening with our government, who's in power.
Yeah.
When's legislation going to change? Are they going to change anything?
What do they drive?
What do they drive? Yeah.
Yes, well, they don't even know what they drive.
Well, no, they want to switch from Range Rovers to Mercedes, don't they? Is it Mercedes or BMW?
Could be, but they should buy British.
And when they do publicity pictures, they're seen filling up somebody else's car.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, we don't want to go there, do
That's
we?
Richie, yeah.
Oh, Nick, really good to see you this morning. Thank you. I spent many a happy afternoon scrolling through, or in the old days, flicking through Auto Trader.
And online.
Yes.
Oh, yes, very much online now.
But isn't it the way? It's a nice one, especially when you're younger. I think you sort of flick through. It's like, oh, I fancy that one.
I bought my first XR2 on Auto Trader. Bought the magazine. This is 1989. That's how you bought cars.
Yeah.
That's how you go. I saw a little picture.
Well, it's lovely buying them online now because you can look at them, the photographs of them, they're
videos,
360
Absolutely.
videos. It's really brilliant.
And the really good retailers completely nail this. And we go out and we try and help retailers because we've been through this mass forced tech adoption. COVID,
Yes.
We're all online now. We all do Zoom calls, Teams calls. We're used to it now. So if you go and look for a car and it's only got 6 images, and then the other car listed down has got 40. Which one are you going to click on?
Absolutely.
It's holidays, houses. Well, it's obvious, isn't it? None of it's rocket science, actually. But
No,
it's just
but the search as well, the search capability now. So you say, I want a red car with cream leather seats.
Yeah.
You know, and you only get given red
Yes.
cars with
Yep.
cream leather seats. It's brilliant.
Brilliant, exactly. Yeah.
That says a lot about me.
It does. I know you fancy that.
Cream leather, very nice. Yeah.
Nick,
Cream leather is very nice when you first get it.
And then it goes.
Yeah, but yes.
But there's lots of cleaning products you can use which can bring it back.
Yeah, really. Thank you.
I had
worked with you.
I had red leather seats in one once.
Did you indeed?
Mercedes SL. Yeah,
Oh, did you?
red leather
Oh,
seats.
blimey. Ooh, yeah. Very nice, very flash.
A few years ago it was, when I was a flash young man. You see, it's all gone by the by now. Now, it's 9:36. Don't go anywhere because we've got loads more to come, including the lowdown on your judgmental pets.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB News Day with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria Di Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christys. I'm not here to mess around. With all the biggest topics and guests, you will always be up to date. GB News Day and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of 2 wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
My name's Tom Harwood, and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
On Mark Dolan tonight, we have a simple plan, which is to inform, stimulate and entertain in equal measure. It's all about getting your opinions on the national television airwaves. I love my viewer emails, mark@gbnews.uk. So do join me from 9 p.m. to midnight every Friday, Saturday and Sunday for big guests, big opinions and a big presenter. 6'5", don't you know? See you then on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, Matt. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
Join me, Arlene Foster, for the briefing on GB News. Every Friday at 3 p.m, I'll give you all the latest political news and analysis, and we'll have robust live debate. To make sure that you're caught up on all of the biggest issues of the day, we'll bring on experts in their field. I'll ask the questions that you'd like to ask. We're not afraid to tackle discussions from all perspectives, including yours. Don't forget, the briefing with me, Arlene Foster, every Friday at 3 p.m. on GB News.
Welcome back. It's 9:40. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. Loads of you getting in touch.
We've been talking all morning about Rishi Sunak when he was in a hospital yesterday, visiting a hospital. He actually announced that he was going to drop what was a pledge of his during the leadership election, was that he would bring in a £10 fine for patients who just don't turn up, repeat offenders, who just don't turn up for their GP appointments. Well, William says the charge of £10 for missed GP appointments now dropped because it is claimed it would be too difficult to administer, yet dentists, both NHS and private, have been making such a charge for several years, certainly in my town of Frome in Somerset.
Well, I'll tell you what the dentists do, well, certainly mine does, is they've now started taking a deposit.
Yes, that's right, mine does too.
Which is, you know, I guess they've done that post-pandemic. But anyway, you do wonder.
Though. It does make you turn up, though, doesn't it?
It does make you turn up, though. I resent paying. I resent it, paying up for 25 quid or 30 quid.
That's right, just for my dentist too.
Anyway, I mean, what do you think about those missed NHS appointments then? Should it all be kept? I don't know. And it was announced yesterday, actually, whilst the Prime Minister was in Croydon. He was also challenged on nurses' pay.
Yes, and it all comes, of course, as he's facing so much pressure following his decision to reinstate Suella Braverman as Home Secretary, despite what they allege was a national security breach on her part.
Yeah, let's talk to Shadow Financial Secretary of the Treasury, James Murray, Chief Secretary of the Treasury. Good to see you this morning. Look, this is an interesting one, isn't it, on this? I mean, does Labour object to the policy in principle, or do you think, perhaps like it's being indicated now, it's just going to be too complicated and perhaps too expensive to implement at this time?
Sorry, I've just joined in, so I don't know what policy you're talking about. Could you just confirm that?
But the Rishi Sunak dropping his £10 for multiple missed appointments fine if you miss your GP appointments.
Right, sorry, yes. Well, look, I think, this was something that Rishi Sunak floated during his leadership campaign over summer. From what I understand, I've heard this morning, he said that he's now actually talked to some doctors and people who work in the health service and realised that it can't be implemented and he's not going to proceed with it. I think he was throwing this around during the leadership campaign in the summer. And actually, it sort of says to me they're trying to blame patients for the situation in the health service, whereas really what we need in the health service is more investment in doctors and nurses and other NHS workers. That's why we set out our plans to scrap the non-dom tax status and to use some of that money to invest in the NHS workforce. I think that would make a real difference to the experience that patients have.
It's not the answer to just throw more money at the NHS. Don't we all accept now that an awful lot of the money within the NHS is just being misspent? It's being wasted.
Well, I think it's absolutely right that we need to spend public money wisely. We need to make sure that money is being used well. We need to make sure that the NHS operates efficiently and so on. But I think there can be no getting away from the fact that it has been not properly funded over the last 12 years. And we need to make sure that we have that funding there. And when we have, from our point of view, a fully costed, fully funded plan to scrap non-dom status, which is a tax break used by very well-off people, and to use some of that money to support investment in the NHS, I think people can see the logic in that.
The non-dom plan, how much would that actually raise then within 12 months?
So there's been some work done by the University of Warwick, which shows that it would raise about £3.2 billion a year from scrapping non-dom status. And we said that some of that money would go towards investment in the NHS.
Right. Well, because £3.2 billion, I mean, you know, to most of us, of course, it sounds like a vast amount of money. In terms of government spend, it's actually not that much, is it?
We've set out our plans of how we would spend some of that money on the NHS. We've got all of the fully costed plans there for how we would invest in nurses, in midwives, in new doctors and so on. So all of that information is there because, you know, what we think is really important when we come forward with pledges, with promises of what we would do if we were in government, is that they're fully costed, fully funded. We explain how we would raise the money for day-to-day spending and how that would be spent. And so people can have trust in the promises that we make, rather than what we saw in the recent, economic crisis created in Downing Street, which was unfunded tax cuts, which has created the economic chaos that working people are now going to be paying the price for.
We are going to face tough times, though, aren't we? Rishi Sunak has already said that there isn't a department within government that won't escape cuts. And that would include the NHS and maybe even Ministry of Defence as well. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, we know that the damage has been done from the Conservative mini-budget a few weeks ago. No one was talking about cuts before September the 23rd. This wasn't on people's radar before the mini-budget was brought in by the previous Chancellor and previous Prime Minister at the end of September. So this is a crisis created in Downing Street. The damage has been done. Working people are now going to be paying the price. We still don't know exactly how much of a mess has been made. We haven't seen the figures because the government haven't published that. But this is a mess that working people are going to have to pay the price for under the Conservatives' approach.
Well, I mean, yes, we are going to pay the price for that. But, we knew, didn't we, that we were going to have to pay the price, for example, the furlough scheme. When that was launched, and for Eat Out to Help Out when that was launched. Well, the Labour Party wasn't throwing their arms up in despair at that money being spent, though to give him his due, Rishi Sunak did say at the time, this is going to have to be paid back.
But hang on a second, the current conversation that people are having ahead of the financial statement, the autumn statement on November the 17th, the discussion around the need for cuts as a result ahead of that statement is a conversation which has only been had in recent weeks since the disastrous mini-budget. We weren't talking about cuts, we weren't talking about another round of austerity before September the 23rd. This is something which has been created by the mini-budget, by what the previous Chancellor and previous Prime Minister did. The damage has been done, and now working people are going to be paying the price.
No, that's not strictly true. I mean, there's an argument to say, that some damage has been done by the mini-budget, although of course, most of that was not implemented, though we saw the market's reaction. But actually, to his credit, Rishi Sunak was saying all the way through the summer when he was trying to be elected as leader of the Conservative Party, he was talking about the difficult decisions that had to be made. Now, he wasn't necessarily talking about austerity measures. We didn't get into that sort of detail. But he was talking medium to long term, and he was saying some very tough decisions had to be made. And he was criticised at the time for putting forward a gloomy outlook.
Well, he may have talked about difficult decisions, but the truth is there are some very easy decisions which they could take now. We've just spoken about scrapping non-dom status. Why on earth the government are refusing to scrap that is beyond me. Windfall taxes. We were talking ages ago about the need for a windfall tax. Rishi Sunak did U-turn on some level of windfall tax. He U-turned before U-turning was popular. Now we're pushing him to go further and look again at how to get a contribution from the oil and gas producers' profits, and he's not moving on that. So, there are difficult choices, but there are some choices which we think, could be made and are actually not difficult choices, and those are the ones that he's not prepared to take. And I think, actually, if you step back a second and just look at, Rishi Sunak coming into number 10, what does he bring with him? He brings with him a record of failure. He was a Conservative Chancellor, one of the Conservative Chancellors presiding over 12 years of low economic growth, high taxes on working people. He brought with himself a record of all this fraud and waste that happened on COVID spending under his watch. And he's not the person to fix the crisis. And finally, I think what's really important as well is that he is putting the Conservative Party first and the country second. Look at his decision over reinstating Suella Braverman. Look at the way that he's approaching the position as Prime Minister. He's putting the party first, putting the Conservative Party first, and putting the country second.
Well, James Murray, sadly, we'd love to come back at you on some of those points, but we've run out of time. Thanks very much indeed for joining us today. James Murray, MP. Thank you.
Now, let's
change the subject entirely, away from politics and onto reality. We've been talking all morning, haven't we, about this new report out from a Japanese study that says that dogs, when they're looking at you, your dogs, yes, they're loving you, but they're also judging you. Yes. And we've had so many wonderful photographs sent in to us. Thank you so much from you, because you clearly agree that your dog has a look about them and they probably are judging you and they're telling you what to do with their eyes.
Oh, sorry, I'm a bit distracted.
Because we've got a celebrity dog trainer and owner of Master Dog London in the studio with us now, Robin James, and with a guest. Hello, Robin.
Good morning.
Who's this?
So this is Alfred. He's a beagle, 10 weeks old.
Oh, 10 weeks.
Absolutely adorable, isn't he?
Isn't he gorgeous?
He's so sweet.
He's so gorgeous. Very calm, very loving, kind, gentle.
Is he judging me?
Dogs do judge us. They judge us on our competency.
On our competency?
On your competency, the owner's competency, because they're looking who is the person that is going to feed them. Most importantly, are they going to do it on time? Because dogs know exactly what time it is when it's feeding time.
Yes, they really do.
And they're going to judge the competency of the person preparing the food as well as giving them the food.
And apparently, in this study in Japan, that's what they did. They actually had dogs staring at people.
Yes.
One person who couldn't open a can of food and the other person who could. And they responded better to the person who knew what they were doing, to the human who knew what he was doing.
Absolutely.
Hello, beautiful.
If you really think about it, dogs are watching us like CCTV, like 24/7 of their waking hours. They're watching us, they're studying us, they know our every expression, our every move before we actually do it. And,
don't walk off the edge of the table, little one. Come here, come here.
Well saved. Brilliant, Anne.
Could have been a disaster.
That could not be.
That would have been a horrible moment, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
You've got to behave yourself, haven't you? You've got to behave.
It's all about survival, isn't it? If they're judging us on how we prepare food and cater for all the rest of it.
Gorgeous.
Absolutely. Listen, their number one requirement is that you feed them. The second requirement is that you walk them, and their
what
final.
about where's the love in this?
That was the third thing. The most important, and is the third thing they require is that you love them.
Have we got some of our viewers' lovely photographs? Because everybody's been joining in on this. So we've got here, we've got our first photograph from Ron and Debs.
Oh, there's...
Oh, no, that's my dog. That's Ellie. No, come back here. Walk off the edge of the table. That's Ellie. Now, Ellie looks at me like that. Ellie is telling me what to do. She looks at me, and then if she doesn't get my attention with that look, she goes, and then looks again. But we've got Ron and Debs who say our cat Flynn absolutely hates having his photograph taken. Oh, look at him. He never likes having his photograph taken, doesn't like it at all. And he's got a look. And there's another cat, you see. It's not just dogs, then, is it? Do you think?
No, cats also judge us. You know, they're part of our pack, and they're at home, and they're looking to be fed. So they're judging us.
There's another absolutely beautiful. Now, if that isn't a look, if that isn't a judgmental look, I don't know what is. What sort of dog is that? Boxer?
I don't know what that is.
I don't know. We've got all of these wonderful photographs that have been coming in, and I think we've got them out of order, so do forgive us if we're not giving the names properly. But that is a very grumpy, judgmental dog, I think. It's a dog who wants to go for a walk. And that dog is so fed up.
Oh, he might not be really.
Well, he looks, and that one is definitely judgmental. I do apologise if you're listening on the radio. You're going to have to look this up on the GB News app, aren't you? This is Poppy and Mick.
Oh, you tell so much from the eyes. It's amazing.
Can't you? I mean, our viewers clearly love their dogs, but they do feel that this study is right, that our animals are judging us. They're not just loving us, they're judging us.
Yeah, well, I think we do. That's what we do with each other as well.
Well, that's true.
It's just human nature, the same as doggy nature.
Oh, Robin.
Well, that's what we were thinking, that we look at our dogs and cats and think, that's an intelligent dog or something.
Yeah.
They're thinking the same of us.
Absolutely.
Or they're thinking, that guy's an idiot.
Which
Why
probably
doesn't
was
he feed
thinking about me. Sorry, darling.
Dogs are so in the now, so really for them it's, they're studying you, they're looking at you, but looking at you lovingly, looking at you to feed them, looking at you to take them out.
Well, that's how they don't have language, but they do through their eyes. So.
Absolutely, and they have amazing body language as well.
Oh, you're an absolute...
From their tails to their eyes, to their ears, you can tell so much about them.
Well, Robin, we're out of time.
No, how long? We've got about a minute.
Oh, have we?
Yeah,
I thought,
we've got about a minute.
Oh, have we? Oh, in that case, I'll keep holding you, you little precious pots. I'm a cat man rather than a dog man, but even so, he melts my heart.
Oh.
How big will he grow?
He'll grow to probably just before knee height. They're the smallest of our English hunting dogs, the beagle.
And aren't they, just to be judgmental about him, they are highly intelligent, aren't they, beagles?
They are. This one, look at him.
Yeah.
Sweet.
And is he responding to training?
He's doing so well on training.
Because you train them and then hand them over.
Absolutely. He's on my puppy boot camp.
Yeah.
So he's been with me for almost 10 days. He goes home on Monday, and he's fully toilet trained.
Is he? Well done.
He's ultra obedient, but most importantly, look how calm he is and how chilled out he is. He's
Very
really
chilled.
confident and trusting and loving, and he's just like a little teddy bear. So I like to bring out all of those amazing qualities in these puppies before they go to their forever
That's good.
homes.
He's quietly confident, isn't he?
Yeah.
Beautiful. You're absolutely beautiful. I love
Well, look, I'd just like to say to everybody, we normally have lots and lots of GB views on a Saturday and Sunday, but we've been overwhelmed by lovely photographs today, so thank you so much for joining in.
Yes. Well, you can judge whether Esther and Phil are being judgmental a little bit later on. They're here with Saturday Morning in a couple of minutes.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, We're
on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and TuneIn apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week. I'm Mark White. As GB News Home and Security Editor, I cover those key issues that are so important to you. Our authorities, our communities doing all they can to combat violent crime. With the public services under unbearable strain, why are we still failing to control our borders? Defence, the first priority of any government, has been continually hollowed out. Can we trust our politicians to protect the armed forces? Join me, Mark White, on GB News.
Join me, Nana Akua, on Friday, Saturday and Sunday afternoons on GB News. Expect fiery debate and passionate discussion as me and my panel tackle some of the biggest topics hitting the headlines. It's a place for everyone's opinion. No one gets cancelled, but no one gets an easy ride.
Oh, she's on it today!
Be ready for conversations that are fierce, frank, and of course, fun. Every Friday, Saturday and Sunday afternoon from 4 p.m. on GB News.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
The national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here.
You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
Every Saturday at 2 o'clock, join me, Darren Grimes, for Real Britain. I'm not afraid to give you a platform and say it how it is.
Come on, make the case. Something like this is very, very important to people.
And we're always up for a laugh on this show.
God, honestly, you'd think there were no problems in the world.
Real Britain, every Saturday on GB News.
On the Mark Steyn Show, we cover the stories a lot of people are scared even to mention. The stuff that really matters with some of the world's biggest thinkers.
Now is his opportunity to kind of take the steering wheel of history.
Break away from the flock at 8 o'clock on GB News with the Mark Steyn Show.
We are GB News.
And we'd like to say thank you
to each and every